How's it going, everybody? Todd Medina, SoulogyOneStudios, coming at you a little afternoon programming. We're going to keep trying to do this every single day. We got good internet. We're out here in the middle of nowhere, literally in a cabin, surrounded by mountains, backed up by a river, full of bears. I'm going to play a little clip here in a minute from Yvonnya, our friend from Tasmania, and her mom's on there. It's really cool. It's a great episode. I'm going to play about 15 minutes of it. You've got about a 75-year-old lady and her daughter, and they're both talking about the ascension. So I'm going to come up with that in just 1 second. This is Yslini Linares, our dear friend from Philadelphia. All right, that's Yslini from Philadelphia, dear friend of ours. Let's do a little soul speak, and then we'll go into this clip from Yvonnya Bartholomew's and her mother talking about the ascension. It's a pretty good beat. I think this is my kind of meditation where you just kind of let your hair down a little bit. Sometimes we take this ascension in life too seriously. It's time to loosen up a little bit. What do we have here, man? I mean, between us all, one and all, gotta count it all, cause we all are climbing the same mountain. We got these building blocks of differences, directed by our inferences, culture, country, clannish preferences, religious references. Seems we were controlled by outer man. Seems we were conceived by inner man. This was all the plan, to find our way back now. It's a master's plan. We're all the same brand. Gone is the indifference to our differences. Gotta start asking ourselves, what are these differences? Can't be all that strong. What happens if we start taking these walls down one by one? You go first, man. You go deep, sister. Take out Islam, Muhammad, Allah. Take out Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all the gods. Let's take out white ain't always right. I love the beauty of the darkest night. You say no more gays, I say no more straights. What about the sciences, stars, houses, wars, and cars? Strip it all off till there's nothing left. Nothing left at all but what? You and me and you, then the other is gone, and what we got left? That's right. It's all we need. It's all we got. We're all we need, and we're all we got. And that ought to tell you something about who and what. Yeah, all right, who and what you and I are. We are the Jesus and Allah, the sciences, spirits, and the stars. Coming down the promenade, apocalyptic, no longer cryptic. Mother Mystic says the veil is lifted. But it's time to come home now. But you can stay where you are. That's right. We're all we need. We're all we got. We're all we need. We're all we got. We're all we need. We're all we got. Here's a little clip from Yvonnya and her mother talking about the ascension.
I might just, I'll get Mom.
Go get her. No, this ought to be interesting.
She'll come on in a second.
Yeah, this ought to be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So has she always been aware of you, aware of your abilities?
You can ask her. Here she comes. I'll just get another chair. Here, Mum, you sit.
Oh, I don't want to sit down, you.
G'day, Todd. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank
What is your name?
you. Eleanor.
Eleanor.
Yes,
It's nice to meet you. Thank you for coming on.
you too. I was just outside.
I was asking Yvonnya if you were always aware of her abilities and her sensitivities.
Oh, I was always aware of the sensitivities. Yes, always aware of that, but not of how she's progressed. Not when she was little. I wasn't aware of that then.
Oh, okay, I got you. And do you feel like you have some sensitivities, some higher sensitivities?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, the apple doesn't fall
My
far
mum,
from the
so
tree.
did my grandma. Yes, but
Todd, I grew up in a house of, my mum used to be a medium. She turned that off. She asked for that to go off. But I grew up meditating with like pictures of Yeshua and Mary, and we'd sit there. I was a tiny child meditating with my mum,
Wow.
in touch with all these aspects of me from such a young age. And you know, mum, when I grew up, mum had cancer. She cured herself with the way that she was thinking. Miracles happened in our house. It was a natural way of living.
I think what I always found important was to teach kids not what to think, but how to think for themselves, and to listen to their own intuition and be connected with something higher than themselves.
Because you let me go to any religion I wanted to.
Yeah, although I'm not a religious person.
But mum's was always find out your own. Find your own way.
Another funny thing about the sensitivities at present is I might go to wake up in the morning and I'll think, oh, gee, I'm experiencing something and I don't know what it is. And I'll tell Avanya and she'll tell me exactly the same thing, but she sees it, she puts it in a different language to what I do, because I often don't know what it is I've seen. But I just say to Van, oh, you should know this. And then it turns out it's, you know, we have a similar link about things. So that's interesting.
So I'm curious, Eleanor, so, you know, they say that there's a lot of people waking up in the world today.
I believe that too.
I mean, I guess you've seen, you know, you've seen a lot of change, I guess, in growth. I think, you know, if I just go back, I'm 57. If I go back, I don't know, to the 80s, 90s, I think I've always been optimistic, but there was a reason to be pessimistic about the world. There was a reason not to believe that, hey, what's going on here? I know that I can tell you have a strong faith. But do you see things getting better? Do you see things being more positive with people waking up?
Me personally, you're asking?
Yes.
I have the feeling it's like everything's going a bit chaotic because everything has to change and the changes are coming. And I think they're moving quickly, and that's why I think there's more awakening, because there has to be more positivity. We can't keep on destroying the planet and destroying each other. And instead of there being cooperation and helpfulness, it's about who makes great loads of money out of another war, and everything seems misshapen and grotesque if you look at it if you just look at it on that physical level. And I think the more awakening there is, and the more people begin to want a change that's helpful and beneficial and kind to the planet, to other beings, to the way they treat themselves, the quicker we'll get through it.
Wow. And so what's the number one rule of the road, in your opinion, Eleanor, for anyone?
For anyone, my number one rule, well, I think everyone's entitled to what they believe.
Yeah.
Everyone, even if you don't agree with it, but to become more tolerant, I think, and I like the idea of forgiveness, and I think kindness. I always use the word kindness rather than love, because I mean, after all, I do love ice cream and chocolate. But being kind has a whole different meaning for me. Like just finding little ways to be kind to others, even people you don't know. That's my rule of the road, I think.
Yeah.
And it's a simple little thing.
Yeah.
It's not way out there and what have you.
Yeah. Wow. So do you guys ever sit around and talk about these types of things?
Yeah, we grew up
When-
like that.
when don't we? Last night we were doing sharing light language, because sometimes Mum has a hard time expressing her human emotions. So she said, I'm going to express it through light language. So we had a conversation through different levels of light language, right? Speaking to each other.
Then I said to Vaughan, when we cage things in words, we can have difficulties. But often our heart knows what it wants to say, and something deeper than us has a knowing too. But finding the words can be difficult. So I said, I'm just going to sing in my funny talk, light language, and you can answer me in yours.
Wow.
We
And
ended up with the dragons at the end.
So I said, I'll ask you, I'll tell you something I'm upset about, which no one likes to hear because it's a bit negative. I said, I'll tell you something that's upsetting me, and then you can answer me, so you won't know what I'm asking. But we did ask to be centered first. We each became centered. And then we had a singing conversation because we sang it. Because when you sing, a different part of your brain to that verbal part of your brain is activated. And it had quite a wonderful ending, actually. Had a beautiful ending. I felt very uplifted and we had a giggle. And I think to enjoy whatever you're doing is important. You know, to have fun, to have a laugh, not be so serious about everything. Because the world's serious enough.
Yeah.
And I was saying to Vaughan, I've just come back from visiting my grandkids. And I said, you know, I think one of the most beautiful blessings in the world are these new little ones coming into the world. And it's such a blessing to be able to be with them and to see through their magic little eyes. And I said to Vaughan, remember when our little one, who's 19 now, 16, she called me to have a look under the garage, and she told me very seriously there were 1,000 moths and they'd come from South Africa. And she said to me, look at them all. Well, I had a look under there and I couldn't see anything. But I said, wow, isn't that magic? And then she showed me underneath the house 2 little holes in the ground with grass in it and little bits of food. And that's where she fed the fairies. And I was to be quiet. And I thought, it's such a blessing to get out of this headstrong world where everyone's competing and everything and into a little magic world of moths and fairies and butterflies and something beyond everything which awakens a magic within you.
Yeah, we had a show on before this with 5 other people, had 5 people on the screen, and each one of them did light language. But,
Oh, did they?
yeah, but one of the ladies actually from the sunny coast in Australia, she had never come on, and she came on, and she had a friend with her who had a baby, Eli, and he must have been, I don't know, maybe 4 months, 6 months, something like that. But he had a lot to say. So we had everybody go out the door, do a little bit of light language, and then we ended with Eli.
Beautiful.
Oh,
I have to watch
It was interesting because, like you said, it's the words. Well, I don't mean to say cheapen, but the words take away from the feeling, just like you were talking about your conversation last night. How long have y'all been conversing in light language together?
well,
When
singing.
we didn't converse in light language, we're very connected in telepathic. We always have been.
Yes, I always know what she's thinking. It has been rather difficult at times because I remember when Van was about 18, she
Careful
had,
with these stories.
oh,
Yeah, we want to hear these stories.
but she said to a friend, watch out what you're thinking
Oh,
because
yes.
Mum knows what you're thinking.
Yeah, you couldn't go anywhere or do anything.
Yes. Yeah, so we've always known. So it can be quite difficult because often you like a little bit of personal privacy, and
Yeah.
and you know what the other one's thinking.
Transparency. Talk about transparency.
You sort of have to be honest. You've just got to fess up that you're not perfect, and so you grow to weather your own imperfections, which isn't easy, really.
Yeah.
If you're a person who likes to be perfect, to be constantly faced with your imperfections.
I can relate.
Oh well.
I'm not the mind reader though. So
Yeah, there's always a receiver and another one.
I'm on the other end of it. So
Oh, right. Oh,
this is beautiful. It really is.
well, thank you.
It's been a joy, total joy. Would love. Do y'all live? Do you guys live together? You said you're up visiting. Okay, so
But
I'm only 5 minutes away.
yeah,
okay. Wow.
I've just come back from Europe, and I said to my daughter, "Oh, there's so many portals over there," and swimming in the Atlantic Ocean was unbelievable. It was very, very beautiful.
and you picked up on the portals here at my place since you've been gone.
Yes, I walked in
More
last night and I
portals.
said, gee, you've got 3 new vortexes coming into the house, and I can walk into them and feel where they are. And I think, gosh, isn't that amazing?
How does that happen? I mean, you're obviously very sensitive to that stuff. Do you?
Oh, yes, I am. Well, I used to work with it too. I used to do healing work before I retired. And I used to always work in a vortex, and I was aware of other beings coming nearby. I even met a woman once, and I couldn't help myself. I just said to her, you're not from this planet, you're an alien. And I'd never said that to a living soul in my entire life. And after I heard myself say it, I asked her to forgive me. And she says, no, you're right, I am.
This is what it's all about. Our highest downloads, transmissions, and channelings come from conversations. When we have the opportunity to speak and to listen and talk about what we're all going through. It's not a bad dream or a beautiful nightmare. It's somewhere in between. And so we have people to look at, like Yvonnya and Eleanor, her mother. And we can know we're okay because we can laugh about it. We can tell the stories, and they don't hurt anymore. If we're going to tell stories, let's tell the good ones. And let's start having more and more of them. We're going to keep putting the programming out and just working with what we have. The universe gives us everything we need. We're not lacking anything. I'm going going to play a little clip here from Soul Speak 5D by a gentleman, a brother who is doing a lot of work out there. Matt Belair. He's got a talk show. I don't know the name of it, forgive me. He's got a talk show on YouTube. He's done probably 250 episodes. They're excellent. He's talked to a lot of different people. Nassim, Harasim, Santos Bonacci. And I've been on his show and he's been on ours. So I'm going to play a little clip from when he came on ours this past December. I'll be back in a little bit.
Check and make sure that it's functioning properly. Just to be, and like give people a little bit of time to get in. We announced it a couple of days ago and got a pretty good response.
Oh, nice.
Here we go. Yeah,
I can share it somewhere if that to get Don Miguel, but I know his son is actually doing really great work too, and he might be accessible. I think that was my mindset, and he ended up accepting, and it was like 2 months out, and my mind didn't filter because I didn't have a show, I didn't have a website, I didn't have anything, right? I just do this podcast. So he agrees, and my mind kind of blocks it and almost self-sabotages, and I wake up at 9:30 that morning, not even giving it a second thought, not putting it in my calendar, and just go, oh my God, I think he accepted, and it's today. I get up, I look, and it's at 10 a.m. And I got to go to my dad's house from where I am at my girlfriend's, and I get in the car, I go, I start it up, I don't know what I'm doing, have the conversation, and that for me was like, this is what you're going to do. Yeah. So from that point, I was actively seeking people to have conversations with, and then you're probably aware it goes in stages. It was really, it was a lot of my friends at first, people that I knew. Yeah. Thank you so much to my early guests like Jarek Robbins. What an incredible guest, came on when I didn't have anything. Kyle Cease, blowing up. He was number 11. Huge now. So really just grateful for those people who kind of gave me the leg up, but I didn't even know what I was doing. I just wanted to have conversations with people I valued, that I thought had meaning about what their perspective on these certain things, and listen to them. And so it's kind of taken on a life of its own since.
Well, it's interesting because I'm getting activated memory wise listening to you, and I can remember. I'm asking you this question. I can't even remember how it happened to me. But I remember when I started, it wasn't live, like you said. You recorded it, and I didn't even have internet. I had a phone. I had a broken phone that somebody gave me from AT&T. I went down to the local gangster phone guy and paid him $40 to fix it. And so but still didn't have internet. So I had an old laptop, and I would record on the laptop, and then I would walk up to the store, which had like 1G, and I would upload the video onto YouTube and Facebook, and it would take like 2 hours, and it just step by step from there. But I totally get what you're saying, and too is like the morning of, it's like you create this thing energetically, and the humans doesn't get it, and then at the last second you're just like winging it. But yeah, it does come in stages too. But the other thing I was going to say too, and you're right, I started by reaching out to people that I'd see on the news feed. And it was the same way. 3 years ago, I met my divine partner, and about 2 months into the relationship, because she was in Australia, we'd be talking all the time, and I'd say, you know what, we need to record this. Not because it's us, because of the subject matter. We're talking ascension, we're talking divine feminine frequency coming, masculine this, all these different things that are being put out there, but not talked about in the mainstream. But we all have this knowing of what something's happening, And so it was the same thing, and about a year later, I started doing the same thing, which was about maybe 16 months ago, 655 episodes ago. But I mean, what I was going to say is that I obviously some of the people that have been on the show are much more well known, 20, 30, 40,000 views will come in. And some are the 99.99%, taking nothing away from anybody. But the thing is, talking to these old friends, talking to these people who are, in the eyes of society, whatever, common, they are full of activations for the audience, for each other. So I don't really have a preference, whether it's somebody who's well known or not. We're starting to get some better known people now, but it doesn't. I enjoy talking to everybody. I talked to a guy the other day and I was looking at him, and I said, "Man, do you have some kind of link to the elementals in your lineage?" He says, "Dude, you're looking at an incarnated elemental." And I could just see his elf ears pop out, and you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? And the next thing you know, I start, and then intuitively, I just said, "Do you ever connect to Sasquatch?" And he just got this big smile on his face. He says, "How did you know? 2 weeks ago, I'm sitting there in the woods up in Idaho, and a Sasquatch comes in." But this is the new reality, though. This is it. I mean, this is the new reality. Now, in your work, you really get into. First of all, I noticed you go to quite a few conferences, and I'm sure you do that for a couple of reasons, to cover it and then to meet some of these people. But you really get into some deep stuff, like the Mayan stuff. I mean, the Native Americans. I don't know what are the, just so the audience knows, what are the subject. What is the subject matter? Summary of the stuff that you cover on your show, Mind, Body, Spirit.
Oh, well, yeah, well, I just want to make a comment on just what you said there about the common folk. I think that's important. I think that might be one thing that would be great for my show to have, is just the the everyday individual. And I've tried to get to do more interviews, like short ones with people on the street. I'm starting to just be conscious of that, because I think that every single person has infinite knowledge. That you don't need to be like a leader or master. I just got back from the Parliament of World Religions, right? And these are supposed to be people who know God, right? They're all just regular people. Like, what makes you the best Christian? Did you memorize the Bible the best, or the best Muslim? Like, is it the amount of times you pray? Is it, why are you the one up top? Is it because you learned the books and how to do that? But when you look at, it's not a right or wrong thing. It's just an observation of, like, they're not any more closer to God than the homeless person out front.
True.
True. And it's just regular people. So I really commend you for doing that, because I appreciate that. And that's important. Everybody is a teacher. And so for my show, holy crap, I got one of the first top list that I became aware of was, I got top 5 mind expanding podcasts on collective evolution. And I'm reading through it, and it says, nothing is too hokey or out there for this podcast. And I was like, it's supposed to be mind expanding. Like, we're not talking about regular accounting or something. So, I basically am just curious about everything. Like, I've got some people who are like, UFOs, ETs, John D'Souza, you were on the show, you were a great guest, sharing like these things that, like, we can't comprehend. So we've got way out there stuff. We've got doctors. I've got doctors. I've got, people just telling practical knowledge on there. So because there's so many episodes and they're long, I let them share. I just say, browse the titles and look through, and there's a description in them. You're going to get what you want. Also in iTunes, you can listen at 1.25, or some people actually listen at 2, and you can crush an hour podcast in half an hour. At the gym or something like that. So that's a good hack people are doing. But I've had physicist Tom Campbell on a couple of times talking about simulation theory. I've been doing a lot with my Native American elder friend, David Lombert Senepas. He's extraordinary. So I like to say, I'm seeking the people on the planet who the intention was the most conscious, aware, wise, intelligent, benevolent people of service to humanity. And that can be your everyday Joe. It could be a person who runs a shelter. It's just the show's just unfolded as it has, but it's really diverse. So I would say spirituality, consciousness, mindfulness, paranormal, mind expanding. But when you listen to them, even like simulation theory comes back to like basic spiritual principles. And the idea is that this show will help you figure out more of who you are, empower you to believe in yourself, to let go of any limitation, and then have the confidence and connection with yourself and spirit to go create a life that you are inspired to do.
Yeah. And what I find in observing your work like yours, or even being involved with what I do and watching other people, any expression, the way when I received Soulogy and what it was, because we get these downloads and they don't really come in words, and it's like adding frequencies to an ever expanding vibration, and that's what I see. It's the words are important, but it's the energy that's coming from you and your guest that's full of code and full of activations. And you're right, when it gets right down to it and you drill down, it's all about self-empowerment, self-reliance of the soul, expansion, creator, God, goddess ability, that type of thing. and I find that quite fascinating. What I'd like to ask you, because I find that as the individual goes, so goes the collective. And so behind what we're seeing is the real meat and potatoes, you know? And in your own life, as you've been on this journey for a few years, and as you have manifested, really materialized is a better word, materialized your dreams, basically. What does that look like? How does that feel? Are you finding more alignment every single day? Is the universe reciprocating to you? Are you in superabundance? What's going on?
Well, there's a lot there. Well, I can talk about the journey, and you know, I think that for me, a lot of people and being interviewed, this is when I discovered a lot of people had an awakening experience. I didn't have that. I was just the way I was. I don't know what that means. And I was trying to deduce like what the difference was. And quite simply was I was just curious about what I was capable of. And the other thing was I was curious about reality, you know, what was going on. And I questioned a lot of things. But ultimately, I was never thinking about what I could get. It was how can I help? I saw so many problems on the planet as like, and it just like, I remember watching the freaking, you know, I only had 2 channels growing up, and it would always be this repetitive thing of people dying in Africa. And I was like, I don't understand how this is possible when I have this and there's these Western countries and we can't even figure out rice. And I just calculate how much rice was. And I was like, that shouldn't be that hard to ship them rice so they're not starving to death. It didn't compute. So then I went into war. You know, why do we still have war? And then obviously you go down conspiracy rabbit hole. And then I think that's part of like the awakening process of like, oh, you know, there's systems in place that aren't for your benefit. That's part of it, right? So it was all about how I could help. So, you know, I found that in my journey, it's been consistent leaps of faith. And like you said, like, you know, we want to get here and there and that, right? I've always had enough. I've always had to take a leap to get where I am. And I'm always supported in these ways, but money I've never had an abundance of. And I think, and I hope this is the year that happens. Like, you know, I posted on Instagram the other day because I finally was able to afford a $1,200 car. And it's a dope Volvo wagon. It's got leather seats. It's friggin', it's in great condition. It's got a sunroof. It's baller, man. I love it. And it looks great. It doesn't look like a $1,200 car. I can buy a cheap car. But I was like, thank you for letting me drive. I've been 2 years out of not having a car because I committed to this, you know, full on, you know, long time ago. And was like, okay, like I'm no matter what it takes, this is what I got to do. And I'm okay without a car, and I can, you know, learning to be content. I remember training. So this summer I was able to train and learn from David Lombard Senepas, who's a Native American elder. He has a 20,000 year history. He's like this ancient martial art master. He has balloons in space. His story is that he spent the first 26 years of his life on the side of a mountain being taught by over 600 elders. And some of them were apparently beings. And if you study the indigenous people, they have connection with sky people or star people.
Absolutely.
So I went to see if he were for real. So the first time I went, I got there and I was like, holy shit, I don't think he's kidding. So then he's like, if you want, I'll train you for the summer and I'll teach you more. And I was like, well, yeah. And I was like, how do I get there? I had so I'm racking this up in my mind. I have nowhere. I'm starting to look at how I would rent in Maine, right? It's not cheap where I needed to go in Portland, Maine. I couldn't afford $1,000 US. That's like $1,400, right? The podcast pays nothing. I get a few bucks from coaching, so no income is coming in anywhere, and I got to find a place and get there. So I took out a loan a couple of years ago for like 27 grand. That's been gone for a while. But I got $5,000 on a credit card, right? And I'm up to $3,000, and I book my ticket, and that's almost a $4,000. And I get to Maine, and I find a place that's free. Like I knew it, the place had come up, and I was able to get it for free. So thank you so much, Berta and Ken. You guys are amazing. You always have my deepest gratitude for you guys. But they said, if you can get here, here's a space. Got a free house and a space in a beautiful farmhouse. Took the plunge. Then I got, you know, a bunch of money rolled in and was able to clear that $5,000 on the credit card, and it worked out. And you know, so like I was taken care of. And I remember biking an hour in the rain to train 2 hours of Shokai with the Native American elder to bike an hour home. And I'm sitting there and I am pissed And I was just like, why am I 34 and I'm on a mother effing bicycle?
Yeah, dude.
Trying
Yeah.
to train and help.
my God.
And I had this deep, and I was thinking there's a point to it, because I was thinking to myself, I was like, why am I not being helped? Why am I not finding it? Like, do I need to go into, and I always like thinking this in my mind, I was like, I'll go take a regular job. Like, I can make money. I know how, but there's, it's not inspiring. But then I had this huge realization, was like, why isn't anyone helping? And then it goes, you are the help. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah.
I was like, it's not supposed to be easy. It's your own process, whatever the scenario is. And if you think about it, I'm healthy. I got a sweet bike. I got a roof over my head. I got food. What can I be content?
And you got a cool tapestry on the wall.
Yeah, right. And so, so that's the thing. And so I think 2019 is going to be like a year of rolling into that, but it takes an immense amount of work and dedication and commitment.
Absolutely.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I want to just say this, 655 shows today. I knew that was a special number.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, Matt Belair. We had Yvonnya Bartholomew's and Eleanor, a little clip, her mom, a little bit earlier. If you didn't get a chance to see it, you might want to go back and watch it. I'm going to put on another little clip here in a second, a little meditation, Soulogy style, Amanda Lawrence, Unity Grace, Peter Tung, and Des Greensoul.
Chawe samete o chivasi e kamatai masetia achiamate me sawe chawatamake e sawe chamate matea chema sawe mate. Hi. Aishta matikia tamatata ya mohaya e chamatia ya sakata ya matoi e samatia ya e mai mataya ya mai
How's it going, everybody? It's Amanda Lawrence. You haven't checked out her page, you might want to check it out. The truth is, I don't know what I'm doing. There is no plan, and this shift is moving so fast. It's like we're all babies again, learning at warp speed. But this time, the universe is reciprocating big time. We are all the center of the universe, and that ain't no story sold in a good book. We are the good book. We are the science and the stars. This universe originates in the inner space between the construct of a mind. We as the universe lay down on us, threw down on us with purpose and meaning. I am soul. It's not a cliche, it's a fucking battle cry, 'cause it helped you find your ass in the deepest, darkest little depths you could ever attract to yourself. And if you ever thought about it and didn't want to think about it, you can bet it's coming. Oh hell yeah. This is the ascension, where the walls come tumbling down, or the ride could be a big soulgasm. The choice is on us, man. This is a space we hold in the entirety of the universe. The only thing we can own is ourselves, so make it good, man. Bring it. Every time, all the time, because the greatest truth is we were all right on time. Who's the only one that could really fool you? Think about it. Give yourself some credit. Don't tell me you can't feel it. That sacred vibration, the one you seek, that sensuous love coming from the soul. We all been there, man. Just think of your highest pain. Those wholesale changes when life rearranges in the blink of a mind's eye. 'Cause you remove the mind to find a higher mind. That's it, man. That's you and me. Hardcore, full living souls. Hardcore, full loving souls. Play another clip right here.
And I have to say it because you're a man. Men, we need more men to be able to have the courage and the strength to do so, because it kind of has been more the spiritual community. It has been more women, lots of more women, tons of more women, and we're a little bit used to easier of nurturing, because we're a female, we have children, but to nurture ourselves, and society looks at us too that it's okay, we can have emotions and we can nurture ourselves and we can be loved, but it is so significant. It is so significant, the male energy, because to heal, to be courageous like that, because the women, we need that as well. Like, I need that. I need the men, I need the male to be able to do that, so that they can hold the energy with me, and not just even being in a personal relationship with me, just being in a relationship, an encounter, a connection on this planet.
Yes.
It's important for that, and I so much grateful for that and honor you for that, to be able to do that, and like you said, to honor that as well, because that can happen. That, that's, I was saying before, I was experiencing the other day. Normally I am really very easygoing, pretty kind, always looking at a person's highest good. It's just kind of always been my nature as an angelic Blu-ray. But I was in the presence with this other person, and I couldn't take it. I just couldn't stand it anymore. Like my whole being just got got like upset, and I just couldn't take it. And normally I would just be kinder or go to the highest level.
Yeah.
But my being was saying, no, you're reacting this way. Look at yourself.
Yeah.
You got to honor yourself. There's a reason that you're reacting this way, that you're feeling this way, that you're feeling so uncomfortable, because this person is not honoring you.
Yeah.
This person is belittling you.
Yes.
And your body and your being and your emotions are saying, this is not right.
That's right.
This is not right. So honor it.
Yeah.
And speak it.
Yes.
And you don't have to speak it in a way of cursing or negativity or that kind of thing. I'm not into that frequency.
Yeah.
Because it's like with the great joy and the great expansion of our heart, like you said, shadows are coming up as well for us to see, for us to embrace.
Yeah.
Our God essence. And sometimes we're going to start feeling uncomfortable in situations and with people. They're going to make us feel really uneasy. This is really important, Todd.
It is important.
When it makes us feel uneasy, okay, because sometimes we drown things out.
Yeah.
We're so downtrodden sometimes in society. They're always trying to downtrodden you. And we need to know what the real true frequency is. In a movie, in a person, in a product, in a food, the mask. That's how I feel. I feel like we need to continue to connect with the true God frequency, and that God frequency is through all things.
That's right.
And a lot of times it's being masked, and we're not supposed to feel, or we're not, get over it. But that's our barometer. That's our barometer.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a situation over the last 3 or 4 days with someone, and I'm not comfortable, and I don't need to, especially after yesterday. I really do feel softer, because I've been pretty intense most of my life. I've gotten softer, but that was a huge shift for me. Something's happened to me, and I respect it and honor it, and I don't resonate with this frequency coming at me. I don't resonate with their actions over the last few days. And I'm just going to tell them that. I'm not going to cuss at them. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say, I don't resonate with this. I love you. Shake hands and part company. See you down the road on the Soul Highway. But I think you're right. I think we have to speak it. And we can do it with love and kindness. We can do it with love and kindness. We don't have to yell at people. This is me saying that, and I did it for years. But it's true. It's honoring the God presence, God Goddess presence we are, and also them. It's giving them the respect of being straight. And I've been lucky to learn a lot of this from Morgan. And that's also indicative, just as you are, and so many of these other divine feminines, is that the power of the Mother Goddess coming back to this earth realm. That's a biggest part of this Blu-ray starseed message. And that's why 65-70% of the people, the souls in these light worker groups have been feminine. But
that's changing, and I would encourage some of these men that I know on this, making comments now, who I love and respect, pick up the camera, talk into the camera, put some posts out, speak it, because that's what we need, and they need us. They do. They do. And believe me, when the men start, when I say the men, the masculine energy starts doing this, it's going to even tip this thing further. It's going to be like an avalanche. And they are waiting for us, and they've been waiting for us. I'm fired up.
You're making me cry.
Well, it's true. Well,
you're making me cry because it's such resonancy within my heart, and to hear you say that is just like such resonancy within my heart, because I feel like the blue rays and the women, and myself included, are so much holding this space, and I guess I didn't know it, but it's like we're waiting, it's like we're waiting for you, and we really want you, like we really need you, we really need the male energy in every way, and we just it was so beautiful, so touching for you to share it in that way, because I could share it, but it just resonates within my heart, and how important that is, and because as a priestess, as a feminine woman, I would love more support.
Yeah.
In general on the planet, and just in my life, of the male presence. Yeah. I would so love it. So it's just so beautiful. Jesus, to speak it. Okay?
Yeah, speak it. That's right.
I'm calling the blue rays.
That's right.
To really step up. Okay, you've been called, dear ones. You lovely, beautiful, sensitive beings. And the men, I'm calling you. We're calling you. We're calling you to step up. We need you. We need you to be courageous. Yeah. What a real courageous warrior is, that's what a courageous warrior is. We all need to be courageous. Both ways. Yeah.
Well, and I want to thank you, because I learned something tonight. You connected some dots for me tonight in the perfect synchronicity.
Supergalactic Fragilucious. Test. You got it? Ryan Aguilar, the Beast on the guitar. That's his new name. Remember, the road will still be golden, even when your highest faith in something outside yourself is shattered to pieces. The road will still be golden if your prophet's words prove altered with lies applied to serve the selfishness of our minds. The road will still be golden if aliens descend from the skies and we discover that we are born of their light through their seeds. road will still be golden if and when the nukes begin to fly and electricity becomes a dying dream and a renewed quest for living arrives. The road will still be golden when science and the stars collide with Jesus and the Anunnaki as Nibiru meets the third eye. Certain of nothing but our own divinity. Our place is here and now. We are golden and we are soul, but much more than that. That's where it's at. Breaking through that multi-dimensionality, divinity, infinity. Holy triad, the Trinity. We're bringing it down now. This is our time. Time to rise. It's a benediction, coronation, divine demonstration, human soul hybrid. That's right, the whole universe is on the edge of their seat. We're expanding this universe from the innerverse, the outer breath of Mother Creation, taking this universe to places it's never been before. That's a real deal. None of this stuff going on in the world stage or even in these family dramas with friends. Nah, it's all about you. Keep living to your truth, because then the universe reciprocates, and with these energies coming down, it can be a bumpy ride or it can be a big soul-gasm. Now bring in that eclipse and that new moon. Time to bring the bass down, lower the boom.
Hi, hello brother, hello sister. Do you think you know who you are? Do you think you know what you can do? I'm telling you, you don't know a thing about yourself as long as you think you're limited. Why am I telling you? Why am I so fierce at this moment? I'm telling you, I did think I knew who I am. All the time I would be mild and gentle and peaceful and a humble being, and it's perfect to be like this. You know what I mean? It is perfect to be all this. And I tell you, I still am. But there's the other part of me, of you, of anybody, of us. Whatever you are practicing all the time, all the years of your life, what you think you're good at, what you should improve, and what you should be perfect in, because you're born with it. I'm telling you, there's much more in each of you. My case, this you feel, you hear now, this fierce energy, this fire, and this pressure. Well, it's so much pressure because I've held it back all my life. What the hell did I do? I'm exploding, my goodness. You see, maybe it's not your part to learn this one, but I'm telling you, don't rely on that what you think you are. Don't rely on that what people are mirroring you and telling you what you shall do or be. Just find out, just do it. Go on, try yourself, make mistakes, fall and fall and fall again, and get up again. You cannot fail, you cannot do anything wrong. Just do it. Get back your natural energy. Get back your natural being, your whole natural being. No matter if you're young or old, if you're a man or a woman, no matter which country you've been raised, no matter whatever people told you you are, no matter whatever ever you thought you will be, just be serious with yourself. Just be honest with yourself. Feel all the little things that want to come up in you and want to be expressed and lived and felt. Just go. Live it. Be it.
Here's a little clip from our friend Valentine in Macedonia.
One zero. Okay, we're live right now, but we're gonna give people time to come in. I'm gonna show you how to do it. So basically, all you need.
So
That's your buddy.
watching. Yeah, he making me company.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was into like spiritual awakening going process. You didn't ask me, but I should answer to this question as I walk through the valley, maybe the bigger story in my lifetime, and when I started to see the bigger picture. I hope everyone who have prayed for love and sacrifice all of their hearts, put it into work, making it, or maybe not believing, but later when they realize we're all one. So, and
you said that you want to share your healing story and talk about awakening.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
How you were guided by spirit. You're 21, you're almost 22 years old. Did you have a moment in your life when you realized everything wasn't what we were taught it was?
Yeah, like very, very at the early age. Like I was 6 or 7 years, and my uncle sent me to this grocery store, and I was a little. He gave me, I don't remember if he gave me the letter because I was too young, and I bought the product, and I was exiting the great grocery store, like the light hit me, and I don't know what was that, but like I was hiding from the sun for a long time maybe, but that was so enlightening to me that I forget everything what people told me, and I started to talk to my higher self, and yeah, that was a long time ago, and
that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. You're such an old man.
Yeah. And the first time, that was the first time I saw the light, and
yeah,
since young age I didn't believe what they told me, but the greater awakening that we received last period. Yeah, I also feel like my memories are more alive right now, and yeah, I feel fresh. I feel amazing. I enjoy my life like I'm a baby, but grown man, and yeah, that's it.
Do you have are remembering things?
Hell yeah.
Remembering.
See, if you don't know what to do in this ascension, don't focus on that negative. You got to put your energy somewhere. Put it on that light within yourself, because that's what it is. That's what the I Am Soul is. It's about discovering you being authentic and you and being real.
not having to substantiate or validate yourself. It's nothing like that. It's about just being you. You don't have to say nothing. A soul don't have to say a damn thing.
Everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. And motherfuckers act like they
Todd Medina, SoulogyOneStudios, wishing you and yours peace, fire, protection, and some big ass love. Let's play a little bit.
Live.
You arsehole. I was checking to see if all the chocolate was gone. Give me 1 second. Hang on.
I think that's going to be the that's going to be the thumbnail for the video once the video's done. What's going on, everybody?
Who are you talking to?
Everybody in the house.
Pardon?
Everybody in the house.
Oh, I asked you to wait a minute.
Yeah, it was already on 0 when you were looking at your teeth in the camera.
Oh, you asshole. You just said don't do that, Mr. Pinkleton.
Okay, let me make sure everything's okay.
Are we live or not?
Yeah, we're live. There's 6 people here. Paula Taylor's from Oz is here. Karen Starr. We're on Aussie time. Tammy Winterstrom's in the house. Diane Richards, Linda Starseed Scott, early morning rising from the
how Karen Starr went for a holiday.
Jamie Hodges is in the house. Penelope Ryder. Okay, so let me make sure the sound's okay. I guess it is if they're not saying anything.
Out of balance. You know, the more that you actually honour those moments of discomfort and actually do something real about it rather than project, the more balanced the human ego becomes, and then becomes a partner or a true great manager of all those multi-dimensional aspects that are trying to come in at the moment and have a voice. And it's not just a voice, but the more that we empty that shadow stuff, the more we align with those multi-dimensional aspects, and then we become powerful creators.
Yeah.
You know, for me, my job is the minute I'm uncomfortable, I recognise that I've got a wounded child aspect that's actually speaking to me. You know, if I find myself projecting, it got a little bit tricky because the projection over the last
I've never seen you project. I've never seen you project. Oh shit.
Are you being an asshole?
Mars is coming through. No, I'm kidding. But
that's a brown eye to you, I'm sure. Because I haven't seen it. I have not seen Mars. If you're seeing it all the time, then it's a brown eye specifically and purposely to you.
That's the way I would talk to myself, so I totally get it.
There you go.
Here's a question. Here's a question. Here's a question from Fiona. How do you encounter the terms spiritual bypassing?
You use that today, Todd. You
I
said
never
that's
use
a
it.
classic case of spiritual bypassing. You did.
I did not. That was in a private conversation. It was about something that was very obvious. I wouldn't normally say that. In fact, that was the first time I ever said it.
That was so you did you or didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You actually used that term today. Okay, so for me, it's like you know, it's lack of self-responsibility. You know, when we're going, oh, that person, that spiritual person over there is doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not doing it. That's like spiritual bypassing. You know, there's a lot of spiritual. I've observed a lot of spiritual people at the moment, like people that we all consider, we all put up on pedestals and consider quite high, have a lot of fear around lack of abundance or lack of money at the moment. Yeah, money stuff, and I go, wow, you know, they're so high, and I've got them up on a pedestal. You know, how does that happen? How do we bring spiritual bypassing into it? It's like, but their excuses are this, and this, and they're not recognising that they're actually landed in lack of. I think that's.
Well, no, I was going to say. Yeah, that's how I used it. But at the same time, I'm going to say this. I think collectively we have more awareness. That's why I think it got so loud. People projecting, so we could all see it in ourselves. But there was something else I was going to follow up with that. What were you just talking about?
Spiritual bypassing.
Yeah. I think that is maybe that's louder too. And again, for us to see in ourselves what it is, because if it's not existent, then it's not there. So it's still there because it's active in our energy fields. What I was going to say is what I love about that transmission that you got, or that download that came in where you saw the grid and the cracks. To me, what really jumped out is you said the words, I don't remember exactly what you said, but you said the word human, that from our human consciousness, and I would think it's like human conscious intention, from the heart in alignment with all multidimensional aspects, you can heal something and it's gone. Now, as a human being, that sounds like bullshit. You can't erase any of that. But you know what? It wasn't fucking real. Excuse me. It wasn't real. I had Elaine on earlier today, a Texas light worker with her F-bombs and everything. It was great because she was telling her story. And that's basically how she vibrates, it wasn't real. I forgive you, or however you want to put that, whatever the situation was, but it's a form of surrender. Yeah, I think that's becoming more prevalent. Why are you smiling at me? Don't look at me that way.
Okay.
We can continue this conversation when we get off. Yeah, don't look at me. My own awareness to me allows all selves to be. But I think that's what I really got out of this tonight, was the human is the manager. And really in those words too, because manager is such a human word, but really the human is the manager. That is a self-reliance of the soul. We manage ourselves.
Yeah, and we fall into the human and we go into self-judgment or self-consciousness or whatever and think something's wrong. But the manager, a great manager, knows its full company, knows when the cleaners are struggling. A great manager will go and help the cleaners. So when we fall into we think we're falling into the human, but we're actually going and managing, the bits of the company that aren't actually working to its to its best performances. So, so many of us think, oh my God, I've fallen into human, I'm going through this and this and this, but you're just being a great manager and aligning the 3D concept or the 3D human with a higher part of the upper management again. That's a great manager, and we have a habit of actually judging. Oh, I feel like shit. I feel disconnected. I'm experiencing, something lower vibrational. But, it's like a manager of a company going into the toilets and noticing the toilets haven't been cleaned properly yet.
Yeah.
A good manager might clean the toilets themselves or contact the cleaner and say, this and this needs to be done. I think and I really love the last 4 days has been really consciously experiencing where we're in self-judgment, self-consciousness, and most of us have been making a new choice in that moment going, oh my God, well, yeah, I'm 5 pounds overweight, who cares? Or 5 kilos overweight, who cares? Look, I'm still this or I'm still that. This has been our opportunity in the last 4 days of making new choices in that what the human judges as a lower frequency. I've fallen into fear, but those fear-based areas are like, having a business meeting and hearing some of the problems of the company. And then the good manager starts making different or new choices. We don't have to take this personally. We can actually manage ourselves like a multi-dimensional company, understanding how powerful the human is, because the human has free will that is going to choose to resist it, to project it, or to embody something new.
Yeah. For me, because I experience these things, I can't put them into words, and I'm a wordsmith, and I talk to you and you put them into words, and I'm like, oh, holy shit, But for me, the way it went down was, it was dual. It was one, that I have these all my multidimensional aspects are part of my voice, basically. part of my mind, part of my guidance, and the human in reflection of that. You know, the human also observing that and saying, okay, you've got these guys in the house, whatever. But on the other side of it is the human respecting itself, not among its peers on earth, but among its peers in the multidimensional aspects, and understanding how important our role is. Because over the last 7 years, I've had many shows or acquaintances or whatever, exchanges with like psychics and stuff like that. And they talk about how we are held in such high regard. You know, the human is held in such high regard for what it's doing, which I believe is expanding the, you know, as a living library, expanding the Akasha.
And that seems to be the gift of our discomfort in the last 4 days, is like understanding that we are the gift.
Yeah,
you know?
we're the mission and the prize.
Yeah.
So these mandalas that you have behind you, they represent the, I think, I'm going to say this, I don't know if this is accurate, but they they represent the really almost like the equal or equality or the vibration that has been kept out of here, out of this realm.
When I started them a week ago, it was consciously, intentionally embody the divine feminine energy in her full power. And usually I just do 9, but I haven't been able to stop. I've now got 27, and you know that's a 9 too, which is all about completion. It's, you know, and the divine feminine energy had to take responsibility for if she had masculine out of balance, or if she was still playing the victim consciousness role of, you know, subservience or whatever to the false power of divine masculine. A lot of us women have watched a lot of men be very, very uncomfortable in the last few weeks as he's given up his false power.
I'm glad that didn't happen to me.
Disempowerment. You know, both of them are going to land in a place of equality. She's never going to want to take charge of him. And we've lived like that for centuries. And we all need to take responsibility for our own roles that we've played. And you're a big fan of saying, you know, there is no gender and all that sort of stuff. But
why you always throw that in my face?
It's just a fact.
That's, what do you mean that's a fact? Why you always
Are
throw
you
that in my
trying to
face?
shut me up?
No. No, I'm not. Go ahead.
It's just a fact that him being in the masculine body, his own mother taught him how to be in that place of false empowerment, as his father did, as society did, as school did, as governments did, and all that sort of stuff. It's been a very, very painful process for him to actually have to. And Sandra said to me, she said, you think about the warrior archetype. The warrior archetype will fight to its death, and you almost did. You almost did fight to give it up. You know, the alpha state as well. So I'm not giving this power up. I'll project it all over the place, but I'm not an alpha male and I'm not a warrior. But this has probably been one of the hardest energies out of balance to do. Not just you, but everyone. And then she's had to go through a lot of pain. And for me personally, I found, you know, that I had been carrying the family ancestral shame that I'd never thought to look at, that actually kept me in a subservient state. So, you know, it's been a phenomenal few weeks, but, these mandalas for me are about, there couldn't just be 9. There were 27 aspects of myself that I had to look at, you know, to really embody the divine feminine energy. Yeah. And, you know, I still don't feel like I've got it today, but I've still got a couple to finish, and then I metallic them all and do all sorts of other things too. So I'm feeling closer.
We're gonna talk about that. I want to say one thing. It was very difficult for me to watch this energy that came down, which I would say was prior to. We talked about it earlier. Prior to this 3 or 4 or 5 days that just went by, where this larger vision, self-awareness. Awareness of self-consciousness, also people being inspired to get out there and speak and, you know, express themselves without worrying about what people thought. But what I was going to say is, as a masculine going through it with you and just observing everything with the work I'm doing, it was very obvious to me that it was in the feminine too. And I started to look back at it, and I started to realize that the things I didn't like in my perceived feminine energy that I was seeing externally, which is a reflection of me internally, were the things that I didn't like in myself, which were the false masculine, control, and all the things that go with that. You know, almost you would almost want to say the egoic things, and maybe that's the way it is. I don't know, but it was very obvious to me. So it was very difficult as a masculine to be seeing that, saying, "Why am I getting all this pain?" But that's where I go back to, at the human level. Do you just say, you know what, I'm going to respect every woman and every man, and it's not that we're genderless at all. It's just I'm going to respect them at the same level, because at
Well,
some
I think
point,
it depends if we've done the work or not, because I didn't have any of that pain, you know, but I did actually discover the shame of being a woman,
yeah,
you know, in my family. So I didn't realise that I had to still a feminine aspect out of balance. So we all would experience differently, but I mean, I think the period, it offered opportunity for balancing, and you know, it didn't matter where we were at. If we had, you know, the inner child out of balance, or the feminine out of balance, or the masculine out of balance, we all had our own personal experiences, but all of it was opportunity to come into a more balanced state.
Karen Starr asks, how do you do the mandalas?
No, they're pretty easy actually. I just found a few books. I tried hundreds of different mandalas, and then I found this one that actually offers, you know, if you stand to them sideways, they actually look like they're coming out in the room. So it's somebody's done a 6D, 5D or 6D mandala that offers that opportunity, you know, so it's not over exciting. It's just me colouring in, but I spend 3 to 4 hours on each one. As I'm doing each one, you know, I've got old patterns, I'm shifting energy, using specific colours, so I'm colour coding at the end of them, and they're not finished yet, but they're actually full of codes. It's somebody else's artwork, but I found one through trying hundreds that actually contained that 6-dimensional energy that speaks.
Yeah. And I noticed before, when you would get into them, we wouldn't be talking. But now we are. So it's all good. So what?
Well, for me, it was like, okay, Todd's about to do this. I can't help him with this. He's going to be more empowered about doing it himself. I actually need to look at myself, what in me has created this imbalance. Mm-hmm. And I love to do it through mandalas. And like I said, the first one was the first set of mandalas I did. I finished and I'm going, oh my God, they're so ugly, they're so ugly. And then the next morning I discovered the ancestral shame that I'd carried, and I looked at them again and they were beautiful, but it was the wound, the feminine wound. It wasn't that I was being alpha or warrior or anything like that. It was that I offered the opposite polarity. Is it dark? You need to go hop out the front door and look up at the sky and see what Mars is doing to you in this moment.
So we now know that Mars is the asshole of the universe. Just kidding. Yes, and he is in my no.
I'm pretty sure that Mars is in retrograde at the moment, and we all know Mars being in retrograde brings up all of our shadow stuff.
This is a 528 hertz heart chakra opener, love frequency. I was guided with a little message. Started writing. Okay, there we go. Spiritual gangsta, claiming one, dividing self, one complaint at a time. Instead, I'm gonna spew through this little rhyme. Ready? Here we go. Love and light, this is how we fight. Sending out acceptance, change isn't what we do, change is what we are. You wanna be a spiritual gangsta? Stop the venom spew. Trump is who we consciously chose. It's who we've got, whether you wanna believe it or not. Spiritual gangsta, put your ego aside. Stop whining. Injustice, another illusion, cause we are free. Stand with me, us, the one, here to learn how to love all that stand before me. I shall wash your feet. Oneness is the only way we will ever be complete. I'm not judging, brothers and sisters. This is a friendly reminder. Breathe, just be. Allow your heart to lead. You desire change? Change your mind. Feel before your fingers hit the keys. Feel before you speak. Be an example of this love ministry. You sick of hypocrites and posers you claim? Can't be one that makes you just the same. Again, desire change, go silent. Don't speak, send love. Hate is for the weak. Let's take the high road together. We have changed Earth, Gaia forever. Pride in your country, your world, no divide. Pull up your big girl panties, it's time to ride. Soulogy style. Today is a happy day. Praise be to us. Praise Blu-ray. Put love where your mouth is.
Let me show you sound. Shit. We'll roll out. Just
so, you know, a group of like-minded individuals would come together in the physical and play in the physical and the energetic field that was created in that moment. So it was a collective. It was a more than one.
A conscious collective.
Yeah, and the conscious
collective. Yeah,
that's the conscious collective in the physical, which was allowing us then to, collect together and share the energetic information, the collectiveness was coming together. People were sharing their gifts, Todd. You know, each and every one of the people that I've met with Morgan's, cheers, bro, take care. Love you, see ya. And each and every person is a unique individual. And each and every person, see you, Mike, brings their own flavor to the table. And I've tried to put an analogy to that in a physical form. It's, see you, Mike, have a lovely day. And to describe it in a human form, it's like a banquet table where each and every individual brings their own flavor to the table. Some flavors you might not resonate with so much as others, but at the end of the day, it's a collective. It's a collective that's being presented. It's not an individual. It's not an individual ingredient. It's a collective of ingredients that, when blended together, can create the most unbelievable, outstanding dishes that you could imagine. And that won't happen by being an individual on your own. You know, we need, it's part of our test here, I believe, is that we need to drop the judgment on every possible area that we can even think of regarding anything, to allow the flavors and the ingredients and the gifts, if you want to call it that, that every single individual has to offer. And we are so prone to doubting our own gifts. I'll put my hand up to that. Yep. Doubting. Then somebody might, you know, say something to you that alleviates that doubt. So that's a little bit of a guide there. But at the end of the day, when we can really drop all the judgment, drop all the doubt, then there's no fear. You know,
yeah.
I was a little bit nervous again coming on here, and I.
Well, you should be.
Well,
I'm just messing with you.
That,
you know what?
I know
I want let's go back. Let's go back to what Jude said about the collective.
Yeah.
Right? Let's go back there, because you got into individuality or the lack thereof.
Yep.
And there's,
yep,
you know, polar meanings to that.
Yep.
So Fiona McLennan, your country mate, she said, for me, the collective is humanity. And that's the first thing I thought.
Yeah.
And then she said, well, then I'll tell you what I thought. After that, when you started talking about Morgan's little soul group, right? And playing in the physical and the energetics, the etherical at the same time. And I started to think, you know, it only makes sense that, you know, it comes from the universe, comes from ourselves, to thine own self be true, and then to the circles closest to you. So that's why I said that was a conscious collective, y'all's little group, you know, Morgan's. But it does build up to that point. So I'm kind of getting, that's part of what's happening is we're starting to consciously come together as little collectives in the collective. And that's ultimately that all those ingredients like you're talking about in a boiling pot blending together to one beautiful taste, right? You know?
Yeah.
But then you said about individuality and how there is only oneness, basically, is what you were saying. And but another thing, the other part of that is that, you know, as she told me a long time ago, the road to oneness is the path to oneness is through the road of individuality. I mean, our uniqueness, what you're talking about, our uniqueness, our flavor is at the same time oneness. It's like if we're 100% ourselves, if you're Mick and I'm Todd, because you won't be Mick again and I won't be Todd again. We might be all these other great divine essences and ass kickers and archangels and angels and all that. But the more you are that, the more you contribute to oneness. What's your perception on that?
That's exactly my perception on it. And expanding on that a little bit, it is understanding your unique. I'll go back again, we've been so programmed for our beliefs on how to react, our emotional reaction to all these situations, and more now at an absolutely accelerating rate, we are becoming more and more aware that these patterns and beliefs that have been enground into us do not serve our highest good anymore. Where we are at an energetic state in consciousness at the moment, these old patterns and beliefs aren't going to serve us at all anymore. So we've got a transition, we've got an adjustment that's being made. and it scares the fuck out of some people. You know, it really does, and I see that around me now.
Does it scare the fuck out of you?
Not now.
All
Not
right.
now.
I think that's what we're having trouble getting used to. You know, looking at those other people was just a distraction, right?
And that's right. And I know, only from my perspective as an individual, on what's happened to me in my life and the people around me, has brought me here today to right in this moment right now. So I really feel that I've let go, and it's very recently again, let go of something that has now allowed me to not even be not be surprised. I'm looking at all this stuff change and the energy field and frequency change, and it's actually not scaring me now. The more and more as a collective we are coming together to share our information, which is our gift. You know, you might know something that I know, but you don't know it the way I know it. There's a little bit of difference there. It's a little bit like that old story of Chinese whispers. You know, you tell somebody a story and then they've got to translate that story to somebody else. And by the time it's 100 people down the track, that story's got its own flavour now. It's actually had a bit of flavour added along the way. And that's the way it is. So
let's go back to what you just said, because you just put an energetic, spiritual, cosmic rollout that was pure, high frequency. Let's go back to what precipitated that, the epiphany that was, and that was after the show we did, another cycle that occurred before the previous show appeared to you. We don't have to get into specifics. And you actually embodied what you just said, which is probably at this point in the game, an explanation that more people will be able to hear. And just to go back to Fiona, I'm not going to read all of it, but she said, the question for me is to have a contribution to the collective that touches as many diverse hearts as possible, including the ones that seem most closed. And so what I'm seeing is that we've spent our time focusing on them, especially the healers and all that, right? And you did something after the second show in the same situation, and like Morgan says, you made a different choice. Right? So the results of that choice, I think, is what a great explanation would be for us at this stage in the game, because that's as close as a territory we can all be together. You know, I mean, that's the closest to the 0 point. This is what we have in common. How did you feel? What did you see? You said you became the observer, and regardless of the results, you don't have to get into the results, but regardless of the results, would it matter if there had been any other outcome? So go back to the first. What did you feel? What did you observe as the observer? What result did it have, in your opinion, on what occurred after? And did it make any difference to you in the place that you were in?
A situation was presented, and I, due to the information that I was given about, and we won't go into specifics, but due to the information I was presented with, I went into fear mode. I wasn't there in my physical form, so I couldn't assess the situation with my own human eyes. I was only getting fractions of information from other parties regarding this situation that was happening right then and there. And I ended up coming to where the situation was, and I expected the worst. Literally, I expected the worst. And as I came into the situation, I knew that I knew that at this moment now, I have a choice on which frequency I was going to enter this situation in. And that was a higher vibrational frequency to what was happening in that situation. I knew what was happening in that situation was an extreme lower vibrational frequency. I knew that. This was the information that I was given. There were people being extremely hurt, not in the physical, but they were hurting themselves by being so tied up with this lower vibrational frequency. Bang, 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 that I knew that the things that we talked about in our last live and the things that the information that I've been receiving and trying to pass on to other people, it was like this, Todd. Here it is. When you know, you cannot unknow.
Yeah, but you embodied.
You can't.
You embodied it in this situation, and so what was your response? What did you do? What did it feel like? You said you used the word observer. Moving into that space, what did it feel like? And what did you see? And what
I felt like I had never felt before. I truly did feel that I was an observer, and all I knew in my heart, in my mind, in my whatever it is that I need to remain in a higher vibrational frequency, no matter what's happening. And I was attacked for it. I was verbally abused there and then on the spot in certain circumstances, and I still remained in that high vibrational frequency. And as a result of that, the situation diffused somewhat. It sort of went into a, well, now I'm trying to explain it, and I'm viewing it as I'm trying to explain it again, because I haven't even tried to explain it because it only happened two days ago. I feel that I was viewing the energy, the low vibrational frequency dispersed, and it was like I was viewing limbo. And I've never, even me saying that now, I've never even thought of it until right now that I've been asked to explain how I felt. I feel now that I was viewing the situation from a low vibrational frequency. I was in a high vibrational frequency, and I viewed the situation turn to basically a limbo state. The lower vibrational frequency had changed. We weren't in that higher vibrational frequency as yet, but it was like I was viewing that there was a choice to be made to raise that vibrational frequency. And as I observed the situation, I observed the frequency change, and I observed it rising. Now, one of the parties wasn't here.
Yeah.
So this is regarding the parties that were here. And, in time, which took all night, the vibrational frequency had changed somewhat, but not so much on one of the parties that was involved. And I knew myself that I just need to stay in this high vibrational frequency instead of feeling sorry for the person that was in the lower vibrational frequency, I fully understood that that beautiful soul was on their own specific individual journey in life, and they were just experiencing that lower vibrational frequency in that now moment, which happened to in lineage time be, you know, hours or whatever it was. The next morning,
so you were honoring his, her, whoever space.
Yeah. Yeah.
No matter how close they were to you.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing you were doing for yourself, right? Janie Hodges is backing you up. She says we have to show people how it's done by doing it, and that's really what you did. You embodied it, and I think that's a word I didn't understand for 2 years. You know, I always would ask more, what the hell does that mean? Why are you always saying that? And at different levels, I think I kind of got it, but that's really what it is. It seems simple. But we have all this knowledge now. We've been talking about it on the shows, and it's really a matter of bringing it in. And that's, I don't know, it's such a straight line that it's almost like hard to grasp. That's all we got to do, but that's it. In every moment, be that conscious.
And what you're actually saying, which I'm getting, is this. It is so simple. It is so simple. But we, as human hybrid souls on this planet, have been involved in so much of the lower vibrational, three-dimensional, however you want to call it, patterning for thousands of years or whatever. I don't know, time, whatever.
It's just a story. It's just a story now, isn't
it? They're just stories. So it really is. It is so simple. And our test on this planet, this school of life, however you want to put a label on it, is just that. It is actually to understand how simple it is. And the test is dropping the bullshit that's been ingrained in us for eons. All the patterns, all the beliefs, all the this, all the that, all the this, the judgment that's been ingrained in us for so long. So that is the test, really. It is how quickly do you want to, like, I talked with my son about this, and it is this. When you understand, which I do understand, there's a lot of things, of course, I don't understand, but we're only talking now about energy. I've heard it for so long. It's all about energy. It's all about energy. It's all about energy. Well, guess what? It is all about bloody energy. It is. But when you really understand that there's a line. There's a line here, and a lower vibrational frequency exists below the line. Now, by saying that, how's about this term that we've grown up with? You have now crossed the line. How many times have you heard that in your life? That person has crossed the line. And all that means now that I've heard that so many times. Oh, he's crossed the line, or she's crossed the line, or they've crossed the line. Well, I understand now on an energy frequency term that all that means is they've allowed themselves to drop to a lower vibrational frequency.
Well, I think there's another way. There's another way to look at that too, because everything's changed. The context of everything's changing. So maybe crossing the line is now. Put that shit behind you. Cross the line to the other side where you came from. If you want to look at it that way, you know.
Raise the frequency.
Lillian Howard, who was on yesterday, just put up dropping. Oh, wait a minute. Knowledge married with experience equals wisdom. But what I'm getting out of what you were talking about, what you went through after the last show, and what I'm starting to understand is so important. Knowledge married with experience equals wisdom. But in order to have experience, you got to take action. So you have a conscious, no matter how much the human or the ego resists, you stay in that space. And that's all we have to fucking do. We don't have to say anything to anybody. And you saw some results over a period of a couple of days. And you said to me before the show, it was the first time I stayed out of it, basically. I stayed in this place, this higher perspective, this higher aspect of me. Let me ask you something. When you do that, as you've done that, do you talk as much? Do you think we talk as much if we're in that higher perspective? Do we have to tell anybody anything or just hold that space?
Definitely, even being asked that question and reflecting on the situation, gee, it's even hard to describe. I'll try to think of it in a way of going back to how I would have dealt with it in another lifetime, if you want to put it. So up until I dealt with it only a few days ago, and I'm learning and trying to adjust to these patterns, and that like everyone is. So maybe and possibly and probably I would have entered that situation with disappointment, which would have manifested into anger, and I would have tried to control that situation with
the old paradigm. This is something we all have. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to get back to what worked, because we all have the common denominator of what you're describing. We've all contributed an energy of buying into the bullshit. And so there's a certain, you would think, a certain, theoretically, a certain way that energy is going to go or contribute to that overall energy. Now, you embodied what you learned or what you came to, right?
Yeah.
What
you said.
Okay.
Action.
Okay. But so you took the action. What was the result? What was the result? And you took the action as a human with that multidimensional knowledge or whatever. What was the result on the situation? Do you feel that you changed your game? The game changed. Did it or did it not?
Thank you, Todd. I even wrote that down. I even wrote that down somewhere here because that's exactly what I wanted. One of the things I wanted to talk about was that. And where have I written it down? The game. The game. That's it. The game that we're involved in, there are now new rules.
Yeah.
And that's it. So therefore now we're playing by new rules. We're not playing by the old. There are so many people that are still playing by the old rules, and
they don't matter. That's the whole. That's
beautiful.
Hey, that's the whole new rule, and that's what I think we're having trouble getting used to. The whole new rule is it doesn't matter what the fuck everybody else is doing.
That's it. And when we understand that,
it's hard for us to understand when we hold the higher ground. I hate to even use that term. But when we honor ourselves as a human and allow the human to experience everything like you did, but with the knowledge that has come in, going back to your dream that you brought up on the first show, it's like, how do you sustain that space? Just by conscious effort, not about talking about the other people or worried about the other people.
No. By putting the word that you just used a minute ago, by putting this knowledge into action. There it is. You know, you're going to put your hand in the fire when you know it's going to burn you. You have to act on that knowledge. Don't put your hand in the fire, otherwise it will burn you. You're not going to kick, and that's what we've been doing for so long. We've been repeating the same patterns over and over and over again. When we're having new information coming into us all the time, and we're accruing this information, we're accruing this knowledge, but we're not having the true understanding of the knowledge. And when we have that true understanding of the knowledge, that is the moment when you put that understanding into action.
That's right. And at some point, we got to start speaking in the affirmative. It's not what we do; it's what are we doing now. You know, I mean, and this is a great example. I think it's a great real-time intel example of a situation you went through, which is contrasted by the fact that you went through the same situation before the first show. Then you go through the same situation after having a wider awareness after the second show. You took you made a different choice. As an observer, what did you observe in the energy? And that's why I was getting at, did it even matter to you what the other energies involved reactions were? Would it have changed? Would it have changed anything? That place where you've honored yourself because you can hurt no one from that place. And that's why I asked the question. Because I'm trying to equate this into a human, you know, like what we can all understand at the widest level, to Fiona's point, is, you know, if that was your first or second time or 100th time, I don't know. But in that space where you've been able to be the observer, did you talk as much? And I'm not talking about you personally. I think about it myself, and I think I'm getting quieter in some instances. But is that silence spoke to these other energies involved? Did it not? Did it speak to you?
I think I believe it did. I believe what you're trying to ask me is, what was my feeling and observation as viewing from specifically an energetic point of view? So we're going deep. We're going a lot deeper here, because what we're actually doing is having absolutely no judgment, which will run as deep as the judgment of the physical being. So I would watch the physical being relay this information, and watch the physical being in a lower vibrational frequency, and listen to the lower vibrational frequency bullshit come out of their mouth. But I was looking at the human, the physical vessel, as it basically didn't exist, as that was just a vessel that was vibrating at this lower vibrational frequency. So whether it was a family member or somebody I didn't know or whatever, I know now that to really view as an observer, we have to even drop the physical identity, because sometimes that physical identity will come into play on our judgment. And here's an example. When somebody gets upset and they're physically upset, and the next thing that the other person might do is attack them by saying, have a look at yourself. Have a look at yourself. Look at what you're doing. Go and look in the mirror and look at yourself. Well, what we're doing is judging. We're judging what we're viewing. So we're not even judging the energy. We're judging the physical manifestation of what we're viewing with our own eyes. So to look past the consequence of the energetic frequency on how that's operating, and then, you know, being transferred to us via physical, what we're looking at, I basically found myself viewing as an energy frequency itself, dismissing the physical vessel, dismissing the fact that these people were my family and the closest people around me, dismissing all that and just viewing the energy that was happening. And the result of me staying in the high vibrational frequency, I knew, and I do know, that a higher vibrational frequency will pull a lower vibrational frequency towards it. It will raise it. It might not raise it. It's called planting the seed, even if you want to, if you even want to put it in that.
I want to get back to your experience on, and I know you're holding the higher vibration, but the human part of you, because a lot of people might think, okay, he had this higher vibration level, and he was in Buddha state, all right, but you talked about observing the lower vibrations and the other energies involved. In their voice, basically, did you hear your own ego? Did you hear your own, hey, you're full of shit, hey, you're just being whatever? Did you hear any of that? Or were you in a state where you didn't hear any of that?
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that. None of it. None of it existed.
Has that happened before? Because that's
no, not like that.
But I think I do think that when you do something like that, you're opening the door for other people. There was a comment here. Okay, Morgan, has this understanding changed your external experience? I guess that's another way to put it.
Yes.
Are you changed now, or is there an ebb and flow? Are you seeing things in a totally different light?
If I can explain it back to the energy and the frequency, I really feel that my vibrational frequency has risen and is staying in the higher vibrational frequency that I'm in, and every minute that goes by that I'm aware that I'm in that high vibrational frequency, I understand more that, you know, you brought it up the other day. There's so many there's so many ways to describe it, so many labels to put on it. It is this. You said it, Todd. There's no going back.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah. With the information and the knowledge and the understanding of that knowledge, there's no going back. So I feel that what you're trying to ask me if I can explain it, it's that moment, which only happened 2 days ago, was a very big game changer for me. I elected to deal with the situation in a way that I have tried to fractally in the past, and that doesn't work. It's like Linda. Linda Scott mentioned in her live with you, Todd, and I watched you change on the spot when you went to question something, and she said, no. You have to fully let go without any doubt or judgment or questioning. Mm-hmm. Stop questioning why all these things. So where I am now is that I've moved to a high vibrational frequency. This isn't blowing a horn or anything like this. It's an explanation of where I am as an individual, and I know that transferring this information that we're doing right now, I already knew before. You know, I couldn't wait to talk to you about this, to let people know what's happened to me as an individual, which I know then will resonate with so many other people in their little situations that will help them. So back to the collective. We are again, you know, getting in contact, weaving in through the feng shui, the fabric of consciousness, this new information that each and every one of us holds, and we're connecting with everyone. Some people might already know it. You know, if I talk to the Dalai Lama about what I'm talking about now, well, he would already know all this information. So I as an individual, being part of the collective, find it beautiful that I've got the opportunity to relay information, situations, actual just stories about what's happening on my journey, and that resonating.
How that's, I mean, the fact that you did what you did, to me, carries more weight than anything you could actually say. That's what I'm getting at. So I had two follow-up questions here. How does that change your relationship? And two, how does it change you as a human? Because that's what I'm getting back to, is what you said. What was your dream? What was your dream? The acronym?
Yeah. I had I had an energy wheel.
What is the acronym for that?
OIKU.
Knowledge.
OIKU.
And it stands for what?
Opportunity, information, knowledge, and understanding.
Okay. And so the knowledge we've established, or the wisdom, comes from the action, the experience, which comes from the action, which brings the understanding. Now, as a human being, the human is the fucking hero. Well, the human has to, what has changed in you? Do you feel like it's a wholesale change? Do you feel like the chatterbox in your head shut down? What has it meant to you? Not, you know what I mean? What's happened to you? How would you describe it? I know it's only been a few days, and we've had two in a row, right?
Yep.
And
I think what's happened is that I've basically come to that understanding that as humans, we have this vessel that we are in, you know, this manifestation of atoms and molecules, which contains our soul, our energy, our chi, our whatever label you want to put on it, the fractal of consciousness itself. So how it's changed me as a physical human being, nobody's going to be able to see that as looking at me unless they're looking at my energy, where I know people can look at me and they'll say, fuck Mick, what's going on? Your energy's changed. Well, they're looking past my physical vessel and they're seeing my aura, my energy field, or whatever. And guess what? It has fucking changed. It has risen now. And so as a human's perspective, I'm sort of not even looking at it as that now. I'm still trying to, I'm still viewing it as energy, and that the vessel that we are in carries that energy. So if somebody wants to put a label on, have I changed as a human? Well, when they see the actions that I am now taking on my journey in life, they would possibly say, fuck, Mick, you've changed. You've changed. When my physical body hasn't changed. Well, actually, it will change. It will change on a molecular level, because as we raise our vibrational frequency and have all that understanding, we as humans aren't supposed to be sick. We're sick because of all the fucking shit we've done to ourselves for eons and eons, and the low vibrational frequency, which has enabled the physical body to become sick. So as we raise that vibrational frequency, our physical bodies will repair. You know, so
that
it
makes
might
sense.
take a long.
That makes sense. But how did you feel? Do you actually feel a higher degree of love for these
Yeah.
energies involved, for other people,
Yeah.
for you,
Yeah.
for yourself?
Yeah.
What did that feel like? Did your heart expand? Did your heart
Yeah.
start beating fast? I mean, this is what we're all experiencing together. All these thoughts and everything that
Yeah.
we have, there is a lot of
Yeah.
difference. But what we feel as humans, that's what we have.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to get in touch with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it makes sense to me that everything changes energetically, DNA, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it comes from the human itself embodying it like you did, you know, taking action. Have you seen a difference in your, I know it hasn't been just a couple of days, but do you feel a difference in your relationships, how you approach relationships? You know, I mean,
Absolutely. So now what I'm doing right now is waiting for opportunities. You know, waiting for the opportunity. You know, I know my wife Jude. She's been in the thick of it over the last few days of what's been happening, and I know, you know, I stood back and I viewed what I was seeing in the energy around her, which was being transmuted through her physical presence, and instead of looking at first, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? All the things we talk about, all the knowledge that we're accruing, and I'm looking at you reacting in the way that you do with the information that you hold. That was the first moment of where I started to let myself go, and then I pulled back away from that because I felt it was a lower vibrational frequency to even question where she was. Who is it my place to question where anybody else is on their journey in this life? That's the thing, the biggest thing that I've probably learnt in the last couple of days. To truly have no judgment on where another individual is. The closest person to me, my wife, my kids, my friends, the closest, the ripple effect and outwards from the physical manifestation of the vessels that interact with each other, and then to us, you know, we're not physically talking with each other, but we are, and we're energetically talking to each other. The judgment, all that sort of stuff in the last couple of days, that's where I felt the change in me, to really understand that I was put to a test. This little situation, this little opportunity came up to test me. It was a fucking big test. It was the biggest test probably I've ever had in my life. And within a matter of a day, things are right now in this moment now absolutely so beautiful.
Yeah. So you've seen the results
of putting into action.
Yeah. Because and you're looking at, I mean, really, to even say it's a lower vibration. I mean, the fact is, like you said, everybody's in a different place. There is no difference or separation in the spectrum of that. And so basically it's just a vibration that you were not allowing to penetrate your energy field. You were holding your field,
and listening to the live that you had with Linda, she pushed it, you know, what a beautiful soul that she is, transferring this information from the vessel that she is, you know, connecting us with information that she's got, which gives us knowledge, and with that knowledge we'll create understanding, sometimes on the spot, sometimes instantaneously. But but that understanding of that of the frequency field itself. And this is what I keep going back to. I keep stripping all the other bullshit away, the physical stuff and everything, and just go back to the energy. The higher vibrational energy field will attract a lower vibration. There is that line. There's that thing again. You've crossed the line. All you've done is enter into a lower vibrational frequency. Now, how long do you want to...
Are you saying that a higher vibrational energy will transform a lower vibrational energy?
It will always want to pull it towards itself.
Yeah.
And that's what a high vibrational frequency does. It will attract the lower vibrational frequency. Now, then it's up to the individual on how long do they want to stay in that lower vibrational frequency. Now, that depends on how strong the patterns are that have been created in that individual's life, to how hard it will be for them to raise their vibrational frequency. So if I put it in a graph, here's the line. You're in a high, I'm happy, yeah. Now, somebody comes up to me and says, oh, hi, Mick. And I go, fuck off. Well, in an instant, I've allowed myself to drop into a lower vibrational frequency. Now, that person then might say, oh, why did you talk to me like that? And then I could punch them in the head. Well, I've entered into an even lower vibrational frequency. And then it could, and then it can just go, how deep do you want to go? I'll go get a gun.
Or you could just hold the space that you held, right? You could just hold the space that you held.
But what I'm trying to get, that's me now. So when I now can look at, okay, we'll go to an extremely dense lower vibrational frequency. Pedophiles, child molesters, all that kind of stuff. To me, as viewing an energy frequency, my perspective on that is an extremely low vibrational frequency. Now, these people, God bless them, every single one of them, that are in that vibrational frequency may always be in that vibrational frequency on their journey here. Now, instead of me in the past judging that vibrational frequency and wanting to wipe it out, there were times in my life that I started to enter into that vibrational frequency of how can I wipe these people out that are doing these things. And then I've come to the understanding that all I'm doing is I'm actually allowing my vibrational frequency to drop to a level where I'll be able to wipe somebody else out. What was I thinking?
But we know that. And there's a great comment right here. We know that. It's the story. I'm done with the story. I don't know about you. I love the example that you set, and I love the fact that you stepped up to tell this story, both segments of it. Heather Nielsen, I have found that when I change in some way by being more loving, practicing non-judgmental, the people around me change. So
lovely, Heather. Lovely.
But that's really where we're at here. You know, your acronym. Yeah.
Heather.
Your acronym. Yeah.
So
it's the action. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. There's a drag. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's good. So what Heather just did then was gave us just then a little bit of information on how she feels, where she is on her unique individual journey in life.
Yeah.
So she is noticing that when she operates in a high vibrational frequency, that she is attracting the lower vibrational frequencies around her to raise their vibrational frequency. And do you know what? Some people won't. and some people have to get the fuck out of your energy field.
That's right. Some people don't matter. All right. What matters is what she said, you know, I mean, and and sometimes we got to walk away. We're honoring ourselves here. You know, I'm just saying the more we look, we know what we've been through. We know, we have that awareness now.
Yeah.
And it's really a conscious action. That's what I loved about that group you're talking about with Morgan. When you're talking about the collective, these were a conscious collective, and we are becoming a conscious collective one by one. And we do that in these little scenarios like you've had, and we've all had. I've had 2 or 3 of them in the last few days. I'm not saying
Todd, you've had thousands of them of what I've seen in your journey to where you are right now. How, you know, I feel just so honoured and blessed that I've been part of watching what's been going on in your life, and how things have changed in your life, how things have changed in, you know, I met Morgan before I met you, as I explained in the last live. You know, I came in contact with Morgan through me trying to track information down regarding health issues, which led me into spiritual stuff and all that sort of stuff. And then we met, we connected, we spent a lot of time, you know, in the little soul gathering groups and transferring information. And then she mentioned you, and then I thought I'll check out what you're doing, and fast forward to where we are right now. The stories, the people that I've seen be involved in the Soulogy platform, on the Soulogy train. I keep thinking of that. We are on the Soulogy train. Choo choo. and we're on it. And when we're not getting off it. It's like there's no turning back. We're on the ride, and to me, more and more carriages are being added to the train. More and more flavors and more ingredients are being added to the mix. And so here we go back to that game. There's new rules. We're aware of some of the new rules. So we're playing the game now with different rules. The gathering of like-minded frequencies as individuals, you know, adding to that recipe of life, the weaving the connections, you know, the longer. So it really boils down to that thing about how long, when a situation comes up, no matter what it is, we have an opportunity there and then to make a decision. How long do we, if we go into a lower vibration, or we have the chance there and then to make a decision? How long are we going to allow ourselves to stay in that lower vibration? And
Zero.
It can change in a nanosecond.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah. Zero. Some of them might take a little bit longer. Well, that I like that Soul Train analogy. So you're this is your shift in the locomotive. You're the engineer. So we're expecting to see you do a song or a dance in the shower today.
I think I've got one. I think I've got one in the pipeline there.
Well, let's close it out with that. Let's see what you got.
Oh no! I'll have to post it.
No.
I'll have to post it for you.
No, you got to do it live. You got to do it live. You got to put your ass out there.
Let me find something quickly before we go.
Yes. Nick Rogers' light language coming up.
Gee, I'm moving around. Let me just. Actually, it's not going to be a song, but it will be. Let me find. This is a poem that I wrote This is a poem that I wrote basically 10 years ago when I was in a pretty dark state. So it actually has, I'll do two.
All right.
Because this was regarding a vision that I had about a timeline, and it came to me looking out the kitchen window at the backyard, and I saw an old black and white film footage running along the fence and across the yard, and it stopped in the middle of an archway that there were some trees, and I saw a vision of a spirit in light, and then the film strip that went to the light and to this apparition was my life. It was going very, 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 very fast, and it was all jumbled up and very, very hard to understand. But as the film came out the other side of the apparition, the light, it had slowed down and it was blank. So in that moment, I had a realization. Now, this is 10 years ago now. In that moment, I had a realization that I was viewing my life, and that I had in that moment an understanding that the film that was coming out the other side, that was blank, would be whatever I created. Now, even back then, 10 years ago, I didn't even understand it. I really didn't understand it, but I thought I did. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
So when did you write the poem?
Basically then.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's see where you were at. Let's hear it. Sounds good.
See thus divine, momentary suspension in time, relaxed and alert, crops grow from this dirt, casting eye, panoramic view, situations in life, the old and the new, maneuvering now as pond waters clear, reflexes refined, this dragon once feared. With strength and courage, now weapons of choice, a heart filled with spirit and time to rejoice. Bread the body, blood the wine, with purest intention, the choice is now mine.
Very cool. Very cool. What's the other one?
Now the other one, which was actually was a bit dark. It was dark. It was where I was at that time, but it relates to the Soulogy train. So this was 10 years ago, Todd, I wrote this. I see no sunshine. I feel no rain. Torn and twisted, emotional pain. Blackness of night, silence, no sound. The way to these feelings, oh, what have I found? Bathe me with your love and light. Wash away the pain. Fill my heart and soul with love to make me whole again. Station platform broken heart, tell me, am I sane? Is that light down yonder track? Are you on that train?
Damn.
Damn.
Damn it. And you said yonder. You said
Yep.
yonder, and you're from Australia. They don't say yonder down there.
That was Mick Rogers from Adelaide, South Australia. How's it going, everybody? 19 people in the house. We've been on for 2 hours and 30 minutes and 16 seconds. We're almost there. It's almost done. Event Horizon, angels flying, Jesus coming, secret space, blue beam, MK Ultra, bases underground. Is Earth flat, hollow, or will it be found to be round? Still we walk the hallowed ground, red, black, white, yellow, brown. Colors drowning down to one single rainbow sound. We're just trying to keep it going here. 2.5 hours. They give us a 4-hour limit. We're going to press it. I'm I'm experimenting with just different things, see what people like. If you guys want to hear anything, any music, any clips from specific Soul Speak 5Ds, just put them in the comments or send me a message. I'm going to pull up some Judith Kuzel from South Africa. This is the second or third show that she did with us, and it's excellent as usual with her.
We're live. We're going in and check to make sure that we're okay. Give the people 30, 45 seconds to get into the house. Okay. She's not
brought the whole cosmos into a total state of chaos, and it took many Earth years for that to settle. And they said never ever will a planet be allowed to blow itself up again. So the thing is, as soon as humanity becomes too destructive, it blows itself up. But now we've got to learn to get over that lesson. We've got to learn to become masters. What do we become masters at? How do you manifest into form, which is for the greater good of all, and you create it with love? If you create something with love, you cannot do something that will you will try to be the best into being, if I can put it in that way. Sometimes we have, our intention is good, but we some people, they have the best intention, but they sort of mess up more than they could. But we must remember that everything is put through a divine filter, and in that will be allowed, which is for the highest good of all concerned. Yeah. But you must remember that you will never in life be without challenges. You will always have both the challenges and the support. And the challenge is what really hones your soul muscles. That is why in the ancient mystery schools, they put you through initiations. Why do they put you through initiations? So that you could grow to the next level of enlightenment. Otherwise, you get stuck here. Yeah. You get stuck. You're not growing. That is why, those jolly challenges and whatever can be jolly uncomfortable. Incredibly uncomfortable. But we grow through that. If we didn't have challenges, we would not grow. And we have to now grow into that fifth dimensional state and higher. If we don't grow through that, we cannot lead humanity. That is why with these new souls now waking up, they need us to be right out there voicing that leadership. Otherwise, they get lost. Then they just sink right back to where they were before, because there's nobody helping them. There's nobody showing them the way. So what you've been through in the last few years has just been preparing you for that ultimate state where you have to step more and more onto center stage and broadcast that. So, and the work will get supported at some stage or other. It will get there. Because at the moment, we must remember we're pioneers. You're like the ancient seafarers who went out and started to explore and find new continents, which have always been there. They forgot about them. So we've forgotten what it's been like to be space travelers. We've always been there. But now we've got to step onto that higher stage where we're space travelers, where we connect the Earth again to the galactic core where they belong. So we've got to start the interstellar communications again. We've got to start the greater communication systems going again. And that goes through consciousness. It doesn't go anywhere else. It goes through
I love that analogy. The seafarers went out, the continents never left. We just forgot they were there. And it's the same thing though. That's what you're saying. It's always been there. And they never went anywhere. So we're actually doing what we've done before, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, you see, we sunk so deep in the seas of forgetfulness and you must remember that untruths were told humanity. It was literally programmed into humanity. Now the deprogramming has come. We've got to now start being deep. That's why we have to start getting the old programming out of the way. It's very painful at times because you've got to really dig deep, because it's not only your programming, it's your family programming. It's everything else. Like I had an incident in my family the other day, and I was like really down. And therefore myself, but I'm not that family anymore. I have transcended that family. I'm being pulled into a broader family now to serve. And they also have to understand that. But if I allow myself to be pulled back, I'm pulled back into the 3D, and I don't want to do that.
No.
See, so the challenges will come, and you have free will and choice. You can use what you can say. Okay, that's not for me anymore. I've transcended that now. Okay. But it takes a guts to walk alone. It takes a guts to break away from the crowd. But I was never forget something that when I was a few years ago, was involved in a group, and I was challenged by the group leader at the time. And I knew that deep in my higher soul and being, I could not fulfill what she was trying me to do. And I actually then resigned from the group, but I went to the leader of the group and I wrote that letter. And I got a letter back which really spoke to me, and it said, mastery is the ability to walk alone if you need be. If you need to walk that path alone, that's mastery. And a lot of us will challenge the status quo because we have to challenge the status quo. I've challenged it my whole life. But it's because we need to break the old norm. We need to break the old programming. And if we don't step out their leadership roles and do that, then everybody will get lost. And our souls undertook that long before we incarnated. Our souls undertook that plan and said, okay, we are incarnating to help humanity through these times. And a lot of us are souls that have been through persecution in past lives. We have been through immense pain in last life to bring that light back to humanity at times. And now we're going to step into our ultimate role and lift humanity through that. But the thing is, we first have to get lifted and deprogrammed before we can do that.
Yeah. It sounds like part of what you're saying is the challenges will always be there. Along with the challenges comes some level of worry and fear, but as opposed to maybe trying to spend so much time deprogramming or getting rid of that stuff, it just keep going with your vision and your mission, and because even if the worry and the fear stay with you, at least you're going forward. I mean, you would think that it would dissipate, but at some level proportionate to where you're at, it sounds like, well, what do challenges bring? I mean, they bring creativity, they bring solution, they bring growth and expansion, but they also bring fear and worry and give me some relief. no, but I that's what I'm getting out of it.
Yeah. And also to see the benefits of it, not to always see, oh gosh, you see your fear steps in because you start seeing all the dragons along the way. Now the dragons are lovable, but sometimes we conjure up dragons that are terribly fierce or whatever else, and we like shake when we look at them instead of befriending the dragon, like saying, okay, you're not as fierce as you look, And the thing is, if you actually start stepping past the fear, you wonder what you're ever worried about. You wonder why you ever feared.
Yeah.
I have had moments in the last few years where after I thought to myself, what did I worry myself sick for,
Yeah.
It's a matter of trusting the greater plan, the greater master plan, which is unfolding. We're never an entity on our own. You are doing your work where you need to be doing it exactly there, while the others are doing their work where they need to be doing it. And in the end, we all slot in where we're exactly where we need to be. That's the beauty of it. And if one day we look back at this time on the planet when we write back to our soul homes, our galaxy of origin, and we can see how we all work together. And some of us have worked together for many lifetimes, not just this lifetime. How all of us comes together, we will stand in awe and wonder and have tears of gratitude running down our cheeks. And we say, thank you. Thank you for every challenge. Thank you for every moment when I was tested to the core. Thank you that I did the work, because now I can see the results. It's like anything in life. If you finally get there, you say thank you because you struggled your way through it. If something comes too easy, we not appreciate it. We tend to just, it's just one of those things that happen. But once we had to struggle through it and we get to that moment where we can look back and say, wow, look how far I've come. It's just one of the greatest moments of joy and inspiration and awe that you have. And to me, I don't want to finish this lifetime without completing mission. I want to complete my mission. And that to me is my driving force. It gets darn uncomfortable at times. It's darn uncomfortable to keep holding the light. It's darn uncomfortable to sometimes speak out, and you know that most won't understand what you're saying. But you have to say it anyway. You have to say it anyway, whether because you cannot do or be anything else. You have to be truthful to what you in truth are in your soul. And that is why love is so great a power, is that if you truly love what you are called to do, and you know that you can't do anything other, you will put it out there. You will allow the discomfort. You will allow everything else that you've got to do, because you know ultimately this is serving.
Yeah.
It's like when you go into a relationship, you have no clue what's going to happen in the future. You have no clue.
That's right.
You can only love in this moment to the greatest and highest degree. And when you love, if you look back, you see how love has grown. You see how you have evolved through that love, because you keep holding that love in your heart. And you want to have ever greater levels of love and being loved. It's the same when you create something. You are so engrossed in the creative process that you become that creation and you fill it with love. And that is the secret of all creation, that whatever you create with love, you become it and you broadcast it out, because that is how you manifest it into form.
Yeah. And maybe there's an element of deprogramming that involves to stop measuring ourselves by where we came from in this 3D, because there's, I guess, in a way, there's a new dimension or new multiple dimension, and there's a new measuring stick, or a new way to assess things.
I see it actually as exciting, because I see it as a journey of exploration. It's like we're in a spaceship and now we're going out to outer space, and we start, sort of discovering wormholes or whatever else. And now we can actually investigate them, or we can start creating new stars. You've got to literally have that adventurous spirit now. And say, okay, I don't know where this adventure is leading me, but I want to go out and explore. I want to see what new possibilities can we bring into form and into motion. You have to let go of the old structures. You've got to let go of the old formulas. The old formulas are not working anymore. They've been tested and tried, and now we need to create new formulas. We've got to create a new way of life, a higher way of life. So how do you create it? By experimenting. Okay, some of this we will maybe fall by the wayside a bit, because we also now, that unsurety, because you're standing on shifting sands. But the beauty of it is that we're always guided. We are guided. We are guided by much higher, sort of guides and forms, so that are always, if we ask for their help, we will be given that which we need for that next step, the next vision that we need to do, that which we need to bring into creation. And that's your intuitive knowing. I so often have work with healers and also with medical staff or whatever, and I do soul readings for them. And they say to me, but I've always known this. But I can't apply this to my profession, because if I do that, then, I get kicked out or whatever else. And yet I asked him, I said, if the moment that you've actually used your intuitive voice and that intuitive knowing, did you go and save somebody's life? And they said, yes. So what do you want to do? Do you want to stick to the formulas, or do you want to go and create something greater than that? See? It's the same principle here. We have to now step past the old programming, the old formulas, those old structures, that have been there since Tut and Tu. They're not going to work anymore. So that is why the shifting sands are there. We have to now create something new. And you've got to be brave enough to do it. But remember that any new invention changes lives.
Yeah.
So we're inventing a new way of life. And that's the beauty of it. It's almost like we can co-create now at the highest degree. It's exciting to me. It's like, okay, wow, life is going to get very exciting in the next few years, because as the dimensional shifts open, more faculties in our brains are going to open up. We're going to remember so much of the old technology that lay buried, in the old civilizations. Most of them are sunk under seas. But that's what I'm busy doing, retrieving that information. We start applying that. We have all the tools there. It's a matter of remembering them. It's a matter of finding them again and then applying them into that higher dimensional state. Because remember, the earth was in the seventh, sunk to the fifth, and then it fell into the third. But that information has never been lost. It has been stored in energy fields. We have to rise up to that level to access it again. And as soon as we access that, we will be given the tools for the next part of our journey forward. That is why, for instance, you were led to Hawaii, because Hawaii was one of the greatest centers of the ancient world. And that information is there. That's why you're having all these experiences. We might have different experiences at different times, but the energy is still there. The information is still there. It's a matter of tapping into it.
Yeah.
Of being guided to go and do that.
Yeah. Yes. And I love that analogy too of the explorer, because if we, and I believe the human's the hero. I believe I'm only going to be Todd once, but at the same time, I'm also a multidimensional being coming in to his own. So if I'm a multidimensional, eternal, limitless being, why would I want to go halfway? Why would I want to be confined to these old, like say my old family or whatever the case is, when I know they'll always be with me, way beyond this life. I like that analogy a lot, because it's really a truth to me. Like, we've got nothing to lose.
Got nothing to lose. And the thing is, within your soul memory bank, you've got a vast access of memory there. So all the knowledge and technology and everything that you ever did in past lives, it's there, right in your soul. You can access it. And then you must remember, you've got your soul group. There goes a huge memory bank and all the guides and technology. Because remember that this intergalactic, it is not bound to Earth. Earth is a tiny speck, and if you go out in the galaxies and stars, you can't even see the Earth. But we chose, through all the galactic knowledge that we have, to be here at this time. We chose to be here. And that was always, to me, like, I laughed because one day I was really cross with, I was really throwing in the towel because I've had enough, I said,
yeah, well, that's what I want to talk about.
What the heck did I ever do here? And my higher guides just started laughing. They said, well, you chose to be here. You wanted to be here, so you're complaining about. And it just shifted right there, myself. Well, you see, I chose to be here. And to the best of my ability, I want to really go and do what I need to do. Okay, it's jolly uncomfortable. It's not easy. But one just does it because you can't do anything else. If you've got a vision greater than yourself, you will get there. You will get there. And to remember that if that vision is overwhelming, like I often get visions and I've been told this is what you need to do, and it's really overwhelming for myself, how the heck am I ever going to get there? Chunk it, write it down, write the vision down, Write it down, because in writing down, some magic happens. Go and write it down in longhand and not just type it out. Write it out in longhand. Sketch it if you can't write it. And if you really can't do that, then make an audio visual, record it or whatever. Then go and look at how you can chunk that down into baby steps, little steps at a time. Dr. Timothy has actually taught me that. So you chunk it down into little pieces. And then you start with one tiny step at a time. And once you put those little action steps into motion, one day you'll just get there and you'll say, wow, here I am. And I'm living that. I'm busy doing that. And look, wow. But you see, we only get one step at a time. We can't run before we can walk. We have to allow ourselves, and we're like babies now. We're like babies being born in the new dimension. So we can only take one little step at a time into that. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you must remember that our bodies, our physical bodies, need all the upgrading because it needs to step into that higher dimensional state too. Because otherwise, if it's too dense, it cannot hold form in that new dimensional state. So, and with it comes all the things that we programmed in our physical bodies, with illness and disease and whatever else. That we can't take with us either. So it's a whole transformation that is coming into being. I see it as inspirational. I see it as we're the new pioneers. We're the new explorers. And what are we exploring? We are exploring intergalactic space, because that's what we are stepping into. Our communication intergalactically is being restored. Isn't that something to celebrate? Isn't that something to embrace? That we can now at last step into our cosmic heritage, into that which in truth we are at soul level. We can step into that.
That's powerful. That's a powerful explanation. Yes. And Earth is a very special place, I believe. As much as we groan and moan about it, I mean, it's got to be, for it to be this hard, the flip side of it has to be as grand an opportunity as the universe maybe has ever seen. It's really.
It's one of the toughest soul schools there is. It's really tests you to the core. But I always see it that what you learn on planet Earth, you apply cosmically. Because we are now in a state where we have to find balance between the shadow and the light, the yin and the yang, the masculine, the feminine. So it's really pushing us now, on these just jigsaw, like a scale that is always going up and down, up and down, up and down, until we find balance points, which is equilibrium point. Equilibrium point, you step into a higher dimension, you step into the highest frequency band. So a lot of it will seem like being pulled, simultaneously in sort of like a boom, 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 and we couldn't know which way we're going. But also then see it as a way of growth, because the minute you transcend that, you step into a higher state of being.
Yeah. And like you said, it's one step at a time, one thing at a time.
It's one thing at a time. We can't just, I was once asking, I said, what happens if we would just step into that new state, like a lot of people believe that Christ will come down, on a cloud of ascension, and the world will just step into the new age. That's not going to happen. It's already happening. It's happening.
Yeah.
Christ consciousness has returned. But the thing is that Christ consciousness is something within you that is being returned. It's your consciousness that rises to the dimensional state it rises in. So that Christedness, that God force is within you. And you are the one that has to literally broadcast it out into the world. Now, and I see it as lights going on all over the world. If you have like a blanket of darkness and you see all these lights starting to switch on, you see, some lights are already fully switched on, but some are sort of like starting to flicker. And as soon as a certain percentage of that has actually moved into that state of consciousness, we can step into the next stage and the next and the next. So it's a process that we are being pulled out. But now the beauty of it is that we have these cosmic energies being poured into the earth. All
Yeah,
right?
I was going to ask you about that. You know, with this is the end of an 18-month eclipse cycle. You've got 5 planets.
And what is the I Am Soul? However we look to this question, it's from a point of comparison to something. And every day, a newness shows more. Personal parallels to collective as we are on the same journey sharing consciousness, an external shared blueprint fitted by the blueprints we are. I am soul. In this ascension some call Armageddon. Some see the light and dark of a free universe. Some see a dark, the lies of the world. We cannot serve two masters. One can be seen and is unreal, even when thought real. The other can't be seen in 3D. The burden of blessing we earned, chose, received, conceived, achieved. We are in this now, and the universe provides the unconditional love vibe. That is cosmic encouragement, support, a perfect order that is not a promise. But it can't do it for us, and it doesn't own us. We own ourselves, and we own the universe from the center of it that is soul. We have been given the honor, earned, to expand the special earth experimental elixir extraordinary energy of love, a special hybrid of hybrids, spirit, science, soul ascending from a brilliant, beautiful species called by us, the human being. If all the universe can do is encourage us through the one mother heart, then it would seem the most obvious direction to follow is to do the same from here. From her seed in our hearts, we will activate, stimulate each other, realizing our fullest potential. Encouragement. The conversion of ascension is not going to be achieved by acting human, but rather by the encouragement of soul supporting soul. Like begets like. Powerful, magical, healing alchemy. Gratitude, love, respect. Navigating the universe at its root element is no different here in this transition than anywhere else in the universes. We all know there has been a handicap, one that we chose, earned, cursed, blessed ourselves with. The inability to see the immediate power and effects, infinite magnificence, pure light speed alchemy of our truth and true nature. Conditioned by a ruling class as old as our shared history, religion, state, ET, fourth dimension, archon, sin, you see? It really doesn't matter what the physical characteristics or so-called realities are. What matters is why they did it. They were hiding the treasure, the key. Then they spun the story in 1,000,000 ways and set us in conflict with each other, but we figured it out now. They fed off conflict, chaos, ego's conceit, an ego implanted in this realm by whatever, because it really doesn't matter. What matters is, now we know. Whatever this demigod power of the earth is and was, whether we help design it from a higher self or not, it cannot survive when the light of love projects, and that vibration is getting hotter and higher. Look at the things people have done in the name of religion and country, thinking from a tricked mind led by ego. Now what do you think happens when one soul makes up their mind to embrace their divinity all the way, no matter what? Boom. We are living in a time when many Magdalene, Yeshua, Siddhartha vibrational souls are waking up and empowering themselves, unlike the recorded history we are privy to. where one Jesus or one Buddha or one Amma walked the region of the earth spreading the message that could not be contained in the politically massaged sacred books that every prophet and warrior and goddess furthered for us on our behalf. And now it's our time to pick the ball up. Most people awaken by the way of the catastrophic. However, we are assimilating ourselves with new energies of old, more and more every day. This means our abilities to not only engage the magic of the virtues that comprise the soul are in force, but so are the skills of the soul. So we don't have to suffer anymore, but by the choice of a selfish mind implanted in who cares why, because now we have the tools to manifest instantly. We are all in this together, and the two things we share the most come from each end of the earth realm spectrum. The pain of fear to love and be loved, and the other is the faith, is love, is spirit, is soul, is truth, trust, and freedom. Yet for both they end in the same destination, love. Been on this journey for 5.5 years. Every day I turn away from the world we thought was the end-all cure-all to a world that cannot be seen in the five senses. Yes, the trees talk. The wind speaks volumes. Telepathy begins with telepathy of the higher self. We discover, uncover, recover the pure truth of ourselves, divinity, to come to the beauty, grace, and intelligence of who we are, and what we are a part of. Transformation. To save ourselves, not to be saved. To find truth, create a higher truth. As we have been burdened, blessed, anointed, and earned the right to expand creation. The words we hear are code. The words we speak are code. However, not in human terms, not by human ears or mind. With the ears of soul, if we listen, we can hear through the rancor. When we are being criticized, to the pain, sorrow of the other. With the ears of soul, if we listen, we can hear and admit the false storyline we tell to convince others, really in an effort to convince ourselves. Though the process has been difficult, we all wind our way back to the one, the paved road, sacred geometric, infinite simplicity called the soul highway. And how do we get there in human terms? Listen. Really listen with soul ears. Let those that oppose, criticize, be, and free yourself up. Soul is rational and beats telepathy. Ego is irrational and beats chaos. A soul need not speak to speak. An ego speaks to speak in futility. We all will find a give way to the mind that never sleeps. The heart forever beats. The voice that always listened, now to take heed. It speaks. I am soul. How's it going, everybody? We've been on, let me test this mic. 3 hours and 3 minutes and 3 seconds when I checked. Well, I was about to get off. We haven't done one this long in a long, long time. The last time we did, they kicked us off for a few weeks. I don't think they'll do that this time. We got the light behind us now. Now, I was going to sign off, but I saw this comment from Sue Bampton. She says, this show is the perfect accompaniment for this challenging full moon day. She goes on to say, so many reminders for why we are here. So, yeah, it makes me want to keep going a little bit longer tonight. It is a full moon. It is a great time to transform. It's a great time to get past judgment and resistance and attachment. It's a great time to celebrate that we're all making progress, and we always have been. It's a great time to recognize that we're focusing more on ourselves than other people now. It's a great time to have pride in the higher self-respect and self-love and honor and reverence that we have for ourselves and therefore for each other. If it doesn't make sense, do it. Because everything we did before, we did because society and the world and culture and family told us it made sense, and we did it. But there's a higher voice connected to us all now, and we're all starting to listen. We're all starting to trust it. People are leaving relationships, leaving their homes, leaving their communities, and doing crazy things. Like packing all their stuff and getting in a car and going wherever the guidance leads them to. And what's happening is gatherings of people are starting to come together. And you're going to see more and more and more of that. Soulogy is going to be a part of it. We're also moving into a frequency, or in it already, all of us, where the planning and the control don't work anymore. The old 3D strategies don't work anymore. We're being forced to have presence, full presence in the present moment. No more crying over the suffering and the pain from yesterday and the traumas, and no more wishful thinking of the future. We're in the present now. We are master creators, and the whole universe is watching us as we are the center of it. So thank you, Sue Bampton, for that comment. And since it is a full moon, there's an old soul speak where I howl like a wolf. So in celebration of the full moon, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this old soul speak. If I have the energy to do it. This is a mellow song. There, here we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. What the heck? Why we here, faith and fear, far and near, hope disappears, truth be staying, no more delaying, knowing appears, found the faith, lost the fear, unreal to real, nothing concealed, all revealed, so what's the deal? Let's put it out on the table. Soul enabled, human unlabeled, fuck the unstable, blaming, shaming, false flags flaming, can't run no game on the we, the I am is we. Peace is not passive, massive is the minute, 2, 3, 4, 5 is more than plenty. A battle for all minds take place inside, sanctified, glorified, humans stand aside, no pious pride, not a push-pull, it's a glide. Universal flow is light. Get it back, soul on automatic now. Never left, we're found in darkness. We've been standing in, find your mark, be the spark. Get your soul's ass to flaming. Shake and bake, modify, regulate. Get down, snap. Soul ain't a pretender. So tell me what you wanna be, gay, straight, transgender, or how like a wolf like me. Oh, hear me now, not one soul be left out. Time to shout, kick the doubt, get your stride, feel the glide. Kundalini moving inside. Listen to the other side. We all love you, nothing above us. Kingdom inside, establishment tried. Soul can't be denied. Bonabide had us dumbed down and hypnotized. Listen to the other side. Where lies can't live and truth abides and dreams are alive. Superstar sisters, let me tell you, Mr. Yoni is alive. World was ill contrived. No more stupefied, petrified. Bring it back down to what's burning inside. You that groom and you that bride. Sacred synchronicity, solid serendipity. Come on now. Just trying to have a little fun on the full moon. Keep this little party going. 3 hours plus. Thank you everybody for dropping by. Got 16 people in the house still shaking their ass. Let's see now. Let me put on, I was going to hang it up, but I guess we'll go for 4 hours. It's full moon broadcast, SoulogyOneStudios, just trying to make something happen, everybody. Don't forget to go easy on yourself and go easy on each other. We're all going through the same thing. Let's play a quick video. Let's do something a little bit different. We got some friends on the other side of the world that do some pretty good galactic rap. Universal Brothers and Sisters Circle.
That's our music, so if you like it, holler. Peace. Work is gone. Work is gone already. We love the children. Yeah. I don't know why you thought I was asleep. Huh? Yeah. Go ahead, king me. Check him. Yeah. 144,000 on the ground. Go on, salute the fleet. About to blast off, homie. Hey. Let's go. Dipping through the astral belt like sauce. On another level, Ella like a rebel renegade. Diamond flavor, you can flip the so amazing, man. Yeah. It'll been the pill to make them different than vanilla. Hadn't moved in millennia familiar. The flipping in the mother loving building when we building full of tripping, son. Look, I got greens, beans, chicken, turkeys, old rats with so much magic. Harry Potter, call me daddy. Yeah. God off the grade, all in your face, all on the base, all in the place. Holla, man, this command fleet like. Yeah. Close the blast door, she about to blast off, man. Close the blast door, she about to blast off, man. Close the blast door, she about to blast off, man. About to blast off. Close the blast door, she about to. Come on. Yo, many millennia I've been in my tune, keeping cool on my mom raw. Summer solstice, rise, fly plus thunder. Rain while the sun's out, rain while the sun's out. Yeah. They dance with a honk in a gold blue hairdress, rose petal juice, and my challenge me to lamp is take me a sip before I really get the ramping, yo. Come on, baby. Really get it pop up for the free peep. How we get busy in the deep, so deep that the underwear can really still worry about what it's gonna be. Yeah. We got the whole thing on quarantine. Going harder than the mother lover, gonna salute the colors when we come through. Too cool doing what we do, bro. Yeah. With them speakers on the roof. Butter on them brothers, yo. That's a Betty Crocker Figaro. They call me Diamond Sport Angelo. Light work animal. Shine so bright, the dark know not to burn up on me, yo. Blast off, but the blast off, homie. Hold the blast off, but the blast off, homie. But the blast off, homie. Look, but the blast off on. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Dig.
Let's do another one, and then we'll put on another clip from Soul Speaks 5D. Test. This one's for the children of Katie Carter. History's been revisiting us lately. False flags we're faking, but now we awakening. We all we got, life is for the taking. So get your soul shaking, faith fast breaking, future past recreating. I am soul means the universe is my PlayStation. We're moving from the 3D chakras, firing Kundalini centipede, unchained, mind broke free. We're getting back our memories. It's not what we was, it's what we be. Hearing wisdom of the elder trees, swimming mama's deep blue seas, flying through our multidimensionality. Femininity, masculinity, trinity, divinity, infinity, purge, pluck, perpetuating, elevating, illuminating, emancipating. Manifesting hell to heaven, creating normalcy, negating conformity, constraining, healing shadow pieces. Now the pain ceases. Infinite intelligence increases. She's the highest priestess. He's like her, another rainbow warrior god. Goddess giving, receiving, conceiving, believing. Achieving post-apocalyptic, mythic to the mystic. Heaven's just another blip on the soul highway. Tomorrow's past, yesterday's today, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, all the same, human controlled, mind frame game. Space is the place, spaceless, etheric interface, gave up the paper chase, caught the holy pace, the real race ain't a sprint, it's a magic marathon. Kicking love, smoking angels, trust, galactical, magical, emphatical, elemental, sentient, earth, fire, water, air, soul on ice. Triad, pyramid, pineal, pituitary, DNA proprietary, soul encoded, deathless, duly noted. Universal promissory, eternal moment, all we have to be. Creation from our thoughts, let yourself live, let yourself free. Light grid lifting, light workers shifting, vortex portals, magic mixing, universal life force, whole holy is fixing, timelines flattening, but we ain't tripping. Duality's double dipping, heart space skipping to the colors coming down. Rhymes are ripping, red, black, white, yellow, brown. Gay, straight, transgender, Muslim, Christian, addicts and hoes. Not what we thought, always what we known. Halo from the hood, homegrown. Sirius, Andromeda, Super Sisters, found your Venus crossing Mars. Soul's a spaceship, hear your roar, fear your glory, flip the script, choose your timeline, change your story. Perfect imperfection, universal correction, divine direction, intuitive throat, chakra inflection. Time's a misdirection, human soul cross-section, never mind the stories of past neglection, reincarnation, resurrection, reformation, transformation. Holy from the hottest hells, breaking words and casted spells, but now we're drinking from the wisdom well. World got another soft shoe sell, seen enough of that show that don't tell, time for the light to raise some hell, 369 knowledge nailed. We all being unveiled, no more lies to tell, truth abides, it's a fearless trail. Light grid lifting, light workers shifting, vortex portals, magic mixing, universal life force, whole holy is fixing, timelines flattening, but we ain't tripping, duality's double dipping, heart space skipping to the colors coming down, rhymes are ripping, red, black, white, yellow, brown. How's it going, everybody? We're just having a little fun. You know, it's a full moon. I think we need to take it easy and not be so serious all the time. You know, have a little fun. Have a little fellowship. That's what we're trying to do, just spread this energy. We call it Soulogy. We've been having a dream for a long, long time, 24/7, 365 program with multiple channels and all of our friends having their own channel and every single voice on the face of the earth having a place to come speak and also to listen to other people speak and perform and view their expressions and their creative geniuses, because we're all creative geniuses. So anyway, let me just say that, and we're going to put as much programming out as we can on YouTube and Facebook until that day comes. And if there's anybody out there that would like to make a large investment into a fantastic plan that has universal support, please give me a call or give me a message, and I'll be glad to speak to you about it. All right, let's do a little something, and then we'll go into another clip from one of the Soul Speaks 5Ds in our archives. We got over 5,000 hours of programming and productions that we've done. It's been a real honor to be part of this. I'm just one part of this. Everyone that listens and participates and views these things is all a part of it. This is a pretty interesting SoulogyOneStudios collaboration I did with Angie Garcia, Angie Love, whatever her name is. It's called Rose Colored Glasses. She wrote the words. I put the music to it. There's a binary heart chakra beat behind it all. It's called Rose Colored Glasses. I'll find a Soul Speaks 5D clip to put on after this, and we'll keep the party going.
What is this dark illusion? Only that which tests our will, coming in different waves to all of us, keeping us separate from oneness. Demons in the form of attachment, addiction, jealousy, judgment, self-loathing, ego, greed, abuse, lies, deception. Survive in a world so scared and littered with fear. Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, everything that's wonderful to share when we're together. Brighter than a lucky penny when you're near. Those rainbows disappear, dear, and I feel so fine just to know that you are mine. I'm feeling high. I'm feeling high. It's time to put on your rose-colored glasses, clown nose, and mismatched socks. Blow rainbow bubbles, talk with the fairies, ride on a unicorn, splash in the water, hula hoop, sing loud, dance wild, swim naked, laugh with friends, lay with honest lovers, hugs and kisses, helping hands, creating a bond, be open to adventure, say hello to the beings in the clouds, feed a hungry mouth, give to those with less, provide a couch, or just a shoulder to cry, and release. Breathe, and repeat after me. New Now, doesn't that feel better?
How's it going, everybody? Just winding down this full moon broadcast. We're at 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 11 seconds. Little DJ Screw in the background, H-Town, Houston, Texas, my hometown. I'm going to bring up a clip now of a beautiful sister named Melissa Ford, a Blu-ray.
From me, it was always so eloquent and just so profound. Like it really would strike such a chord in me. Sometimes it would just bring me to tears. And I was like, I didn't compute that for, like I said, for a really long time that I was channeling.
Yeah. 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 I know what you mean. And because I remember when I started, mine was writing. And I remember my family, a couple of my family members that were watching everything I was doing and coming out of the same type of trauma and stripping down that you're describing. And they would say, you didn't come into this world with that stuff, or you didn't write that stuff. So I totally get what you're saying. Now, when you started, I mean, did you, a lot of this stuff we were receiving seemed very external. And as time goes on, it seems like we start to embody it and it becomes us. Have you had a similar type of evolution?
Yes, absolutely. I would say that it almost felt like the information came first, and then the lessons, which further assisted me in practicing and implementing until it really integrated fully. And now a lot of it feels second nature. And, you flow with it and you're like, oh, I don't have to like go back and remind myself of certain things or go into my toolbox. It kind of like when you're in the now moment, you can just like trust what arises because you are more aligned and with that information.
Would you say that the information you were receiving came in and then you had to, she fell out. Oh, here she's back. She's back. Okay. Hang on a second. All right. You're back. You're back. You just popped out.
Okay?
Yeah, we're good.
1 second.
Just a little glitch. Can you hear me?
Maybe I can.
Now I'm looking.
Come back.
I can see you. Can you see me?
Sorry, Todd. I don't know if you can see me, hear me. You lost connection.
No.
Into my experience, so they're not taking anything personally.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I can relate to that. Because that's what I always did. I thought I was doing it for the people, and I was, and I thought I was doing it because I was told to do it. But I realized too, and Morgan's reminded me a few times, when I get into a rut, especially when we're apart, and she'd say, you need to get the microphone and get on, do your thing, because that's how you actually process for yourself, which is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's multiple purposes, but ultimately that's what you're doing. And that's the frequency that I'm talking about that I've discovered on these shows is people just put it out there,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's it's really, you don't realize as you're going through it how impactful that can, or inspiring that can be for somebody else going through it. This has always just been very intuitive for me since I was really a young age, being just very expressive as best as I can be of my experience, and just owning like this is where I'm at. Like I don't really feel much shame, I guess you could say, about my experience or any level of it, because I realize that it's all a part of our growth and evolution. This is just a stepping stone. So this is where it's like, own it. Just own your stuff.
Yeah, I realized a while back that I always say I am soul since I started. I am soul, but another way to say I am soul is I'm not afraid to show my ass, because I have many times, and there's been times that I'm like, I don't delete things typically, but then somebody will say, I saw that and it did this, and so now have you what's happened with you in family and workplace or friends or whatever as as you've gone through this change, because you are out there, and so obviously they're going to have seen it.
I was in a very unique situation from a young age where I left home at 16 years of age across the country because I was realizing I was headed down a very dark path where if I would continue down that direction. And so the only way that I knew how to completely change that direction was to quite literally leave my environment, move halfway across the country, and literally just like start from a clean slate and try and align with my highest self as best as I knew at 16 years of age. And for 7 years, I really didn't see my immediate family really that often, only a couple times a year. So in that time, there was that sort of separation where, you know, we weren't close knit in close communication. I was already starting that soul journey on the other side of the country, and it's been so there a lot of falling away, a lot of feeling like the black sheep, feeling like I don't have connection in my immediate family. And of course, that was so hurtful at the beginning of my journey. Now I'm at a stage where I really understand that, you know, if the frequencies aren't aligning, it's because it's sort of steering you to find answers elsewhere.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's pushed me to, what is the word I'm trying to find? It's just pushed me to my soul family. It's pushed me to find deeper truths and answers with people that are in resonance with me. I think I walked through life, even from a very young age, feeling like my soul, my blood family wasn't my soul family. I always felt very much an outsider and like, why don't I fully fit in? Like, this is my family. And so it really forced me to find that connection, that family connection elsewhere with my chosen family, with my soul family.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a story that you hear a lot of, you know, you hear a lot of that. I don't belong here. I don't belong in this family. I'm the black sheep. No one understands me. And it sounds like you set the stage for yourself to make that easier by isolating, you know, or by removing yourself. What the human part of us, or society might call it strange. But
yeah, absolutely. So I think that was just something that needed to happen. And I mentioned that a big part of my spiritual awakening was my grandmother's transition. And you know, before she passed away, she was sick for a short period of time before she passed, but in that time, she made it very clear to me, like, moving was the best thing you could have ever done. And, you know, to have her blessing and approval and to understand that I had to go down that path to get me here was just like, I'm getting chills and goosebumps right now. That's another way that I receive message from spirit or confirmation is through clairsentience or clear feeling. And so even just talking about my grandmother, I know she still helps and steers and guides me on my path all the time. Yeah, she felt like soul family to me. Like me and her had a very special connection, a bond. But yeah, to receive that blessing of being like, you did it right, like, don't have any second doubts or questions about that was such a gift for me.
Wow. And how much time passed between when you took off and when she transitioned?
I would say 10 years, 9 years.
Yeah.
It was a long time. It was a good chunk of time for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned your higher self at 16, and maybe that's in retrospect, but how has that relationship evolved for you or been created for you by you? Do you have conversations with the higher self, or you just kind of run on one voice?
I would say that I've always been very connected and in tune with, I used to call it what did I used to call it? My moral compass. I used to call it, I was like, I don't know if whatever society says this is what I should do, this feels right for me. And so I'm going to follow and listen to that, even if it's going in the opposite direction as where everybody else is going. And so I later, in retrospect, found out, oh, that was my higher self. And I was always in connection and communication with that. It's just the language and awareness came much later. But even as a child, I felt very, very different. So later in my spiritual journey, I found out that I was also connected to, and this is terrifying for me to put out there, but it's like probably so normal for some people, that I am a starseed, that I am really here on mission with great purpose, came in here knowing that. And a part of that is speaking truth, just like channeling these wisdoms from, you know, another star system.
Right.
And yeah, and that's that's actually, this is the first time I'm putting it out there in a very big way with a bigger audience. I've admitted this one-on-one, so this is me breaking that barrier.
Well, believe me, you're totally supported here, and we've heard it many times, and that's fantastic that you're doing this, because like you said at the top of the show, it will inspire others to come forward in this year that you guys are coming forward. Let me ask you this. So 16 and maybe 10 years later, she transitioned. When did you consciously say to yourself, I am a starseed, I am here on a mission? You know, I mean, at what point?
That would have been 6 months after my grandmother passed away.
Wow.
I was in a very dark place. Like I said, I experienced what some call the dark night of the soul, where you're just in such a dark place, you don't know if you're gonna see the light again. And I was experiencing just like, I stopped taking care of myself. I was in a very deep depression. I isolated myself. I pulled away from everything and everyone. You know, I stopped eating, drinking water. I really was like in a place where I just didn't want to be here anymore. Yeah. And one night I had a visitation. I had a visitation from light beings, and they spoke to me telepathically, and I was in the fetal position, and it was like, so it felt like an extreme full body pain was happening to me, where once I tuned into the frequency, it was actually the frequency of like unconditional love, but it was of such a high frequency and I was of such a low frequency that it just felt painful because I hadn't never felt it before. Yeah. And they spoke to me telepathically and said, I know that your human experience is very challenging for you and you're doing amazing and we support you fully. We love you. And I woke up feeling just pain-free and an expansion in my heart that I had never felt before. And I was like, I was light for days. I was just so light on my feet after feeling so heavy and so dense for so long, like 6 months. To feel that, it really blossomed a seed in me to say, what was that? and I needed to understand that experience, because of course the logical mind is going to say that didn't really happen, that was just a dream. But because there was physical evidence to support, like my vibration had actually elevated. Yeah. Yeah, that was sort of put me on the path to be like, what was that? Yeah. And through meeting people like you and other people on Facebook, you know, the awareness started to come after the experience. Yeah, exactly. It takes time to catch up to those things. Because the mind, you know, it's telling us the whole time, you know, you're crazy or whatever. Yeah. Now, do you still communicate? Do you communicate with any star family lineage in particular? You identify with anything in particular, and do you still communicate with them? Yes, absolutely. I feel very connected to Pleiadians and Sirians, and yeah, Pleiadian first and foremost is, you know, it's funny because you read about it, you learn about it, you sort of immerse yourself in it to further process and catch up with the logical mind and the experience and all the rest. But yeah, it's been mostly through channeled like writing, I would say. Yeah. And I can tell by the frequency of it. Yeah. It's hard to put these things into words. I'm like in awe that you do this as often as you do, because I'm like, where are the words for this? Yeah. Well, yeah, but it comes through between the lines. I'm understanding what you're talking about. I guess maybe because of the work I do. Yeah. But yeah, I totally get that. Absolutely. Yeah. My crown is exploding the whole time you're talking about this stuff. I don't know if I'm connected to it, or I don't know what the deal is, but it's actually sprouting like rainbow sparks out of my head. Yeah, my crown chakra is pretty expanded open. It got me into energy work. So that's something
wow.
that I do, something that I discovered during my spiritual awakening was I started to discover more about meditation, and I went to this meditation circle one time that offered Reiki healing, and I was like, what is this? And I went in with a super skeptical mind, but I relayed to them, like, my throat is blocked. I cannot communicate a clear message. And you know, I had somebody work on me, and it just flowed so effortlessly and so easily after that session. I was really blown away. I was like, maybe something's here. I don't know. But that definitely, again, that experience as a truth seeker, I want to debunk things. I don't want to just blindly follow because somebody told me information or I read it on a blog or something. Like, I really want to dissect things, to understand them, and to not just believe things at face value.
Yeah.
And so that was definitely one of the things. And, you know, through experimenting with it and learning about it and all the rest, I fell in love with it. And to me, it's so much easier to work with energy than it is to on any other level, like communicating, speaking, channeling, all the rest. I'm like, let's just work with the energy, because energy doesn't lie.
Yeah, and
I'm
I'm gonna be totally truthful with you right in this moment. I don't know what's happening. It's of course powerful. It's powerful today. You know, with everyone knows what's happening. End of an 18-month eclipse season, and when I talk to people on these shows, sometimes I'm hearing their higher voice or higher self, and their human self, and sometimes there's 2 or 3 other aspects also in the mix. So I'm sitting here listening to you, and for one of the few times, it's a little bit difficult for me to listen to you because there's a whole bunch of white beings. I don't know if they're in front of me, behind me, but they're like very happy, and I don't know what they're saying. I keep hearing these loud noises. So this is part of the New Earth frequency to me. It's not in the explanations. It's just in these frequencies.
It's in the energy.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you said that you got into energy work, and that's how you got into energy work. What do you do? What kind of work do you do? Just your whole toolbox.
All right. So.
Gone from victim to the gnosis of soul. It's how this story goes. A chosen role, run hot or cold. Nothing outside of us can hurt or help us where it counts. What you reap, you will renounce. And it's in the living that counts, removing the fear and the doubts. Death has lost its grip now. Hell yeah, I am soul. That's right. And what you can't live without will live without you till every angel is seen, the last demon scream. What you can't love will continue to live with you until you learn to love it. This is the apocalypse, the unveiling, where we meet everything we find offensive in the universe, ultimately offensive of ourselves. So come on down the rabbit hole. Let's get this party going. Right. So nothing makes sense. But what you doubt the most. Things aren't what they seem, but this is one glorious dream. It's steaming hot. I am not what this world said I was. I am resurrected, and freedom rocks. Therein lies the wisdom of soul. What I am, who I am, and what I'm a part of. Hell yeah. Bring it. Disclosure, just another enclosure. Flat earth, well rehearsed. Blue beam, holographic Jesus freak schemes. ETs intervene, another smoke screen. We go inward as far as we see outward. Nightmares to dreams, religious schemes.
countries, fronting species from above, beneath, dimensions between. Welcome to the ascension. Stars, gods, the purest abyss, the darkest pure light. Nothing be missed now. The essence of soul is life itself. It's time to discover, uncover, and recover the power of the I am is me. Yeah. We seek tomorrow as a treasure. And the perfect pleasure of living, receiving, and giving stands right before our mind, hearts, and eyes. We all know where truth abides, no longer living the lies. The dream never died, we are alive. It's time to start believing what's burning inside won't be denied by the gods prescribed, made in the image of what we follow. Yeah, that's who we are. We're the gods and the goddesses coming back, claiming our territory. Yeah, I was a victim to know my soul. Hell yeah. A queen, a pauper, a prince, a fool. Found the road back now. The light I saw, the light I was looking for, was the darkness I was standing in. It's a soul highway, and I'm loving every minute of it. And I'm wishing the same to you. Namaste.
We've all got a journey. We've all had a journey. We've all got our own story to tell. We've all got our gifts, whether we're expressing it in music or writing or speech or, however, we've all got our unique little niche, and there'll be different people that are drawn to all of us. And also what Rick's been putting out about service to self, service to others instead of service to self. If you look at the timing of that, that's come out, really predominantly in the last week. And a lot of us are shifting into that paradigm because in anticipation of this, a lot of people that, could, need a bit of guidance, and we're here willing and waiting, ready to help wherever we can.
Yeah. What do you think, Miguel?
Well, that's my personal perspective anyway.
I align with that. What do you think, Miguel?
I'm afraid I can't really comment on this because I just don't know enough about it. I think I did hear 30 seconds on the radio when I was driving at one point. It was one of those things that I just turned off. But my sense is it's about this masculine and feminine, essentially, if we just like go down deeper, and this seems to be the wounding and the false in the masculine and feminine, which is as you say is coming to the surface. And I can only speak generally, so it's always a blessing, isn't it, when stuff, that's the first step often, is for stuff to be talked about and to be seen. And if you can imagine just how much discussion and awareness that is bringing, to people, and just revealing, how deep this stuff goes. It just seems to be so fundamental, this ending the war between the masculine and feminine. It's like, it's just crazy, that we're not, that we could be, that there is this incredible, beautiful, divine love, between man and woman, and all the levels, the inner masculine, the inner feminine, and it's all that moving away from duality back to oneness, bringing us home, But it's such a key piece. As it's just really the last few months that this is. I can't not talk about it anymore, and I can't not write about it. It's just coming through more and more, and it's this stuff around the masculine and feminine is really on the tip of our awareness, and as I said, it's such a big, important, and beautiful piece.
Karen,
so go on.
Very
good. I'm just going to cut in there. While I was listening to Miguel, I saw the obvious parallel between what we were talking about earlier on an individual level, how, we've been letting go of our masculine control to embody more love. And now what you were saying, Miguel, is we can see it happening on the global scale. So this is where, the energies, whatever we're doing on an individual level, is always playing out in a greater reality, as within, so without, as above, so below. So, that was pretty interesting to hear. You pretty much described exactly the same thing as we were describing, you know, as earlier that we were going through individually.
Yeah, and so I'll reframe that question that I had to you, to Miguel, and just say it would only make sense if on the collective is mirroring what we're going through. So would there be, I mean, it would only make sense that there would be a huge amount of disclosure coming out because the truth is coming out. If it comes out at a collective level, Miguel, and I know you've been out there doing this for a long time, do you think that this is our mission? Is this a big part of our mission, having come down here, who we are, whatever you want to call it, star seeds, blue rays, whatever, to hold space through a chaotic period that, for all intents and purposes, has been prophesized for thousands of years?
Yeah, undoubtedly so. That's why we're here. That's exactly what it's all about. Yeah. I don't think I've got anything more to say about that, but yeah, it's becoming, and I think that's part of what's been happening. I guess he says, wandering off again. I haven't just said he's got nothing else to say. There is something else to say, and that's connected to that, to the fear. You know, I think it feels a bit like, you know, like when a dog is cornered and its hackles will go up and it will become vicious, and that it feels a bit like that's what's happening with the ego. The ego is kind of like it's kind of cornered, and it's kind of like just sort of trying to bring up all the, you know, anything that it can to sort of like defend itself and go, no, hey, you know, this is real, and you're just losing the plot and that. And but there's more and more, you know, it's just increasingly living from a different place and living from this space of, this is what I am here for. Yeah, I need to go through the human motions and, you know, going to get the groceries and pay the bills and make sure that my son's got something to eat and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, it just, I don't know, maybe in the 90% now, this is what every moment of every day is actually about.
Yeah. So Karen, so
can I just say also, those of us, you know, like us, you know, we're already embodying the vibration of love, which is, you know, on the emotional frequency scale, joy, love, peace are the highest frequencies. When this disclosure comes out, pretty much all those that aren't awake are going to go into the sense of fear. If they're not, I mean, they already are, but now it's going to be chaotic and fear. So, of course, we had to come through first and, you know, literally keep the vibration high on the planet. And, you know, with the human frequency coming through, that's going to also push them through. But, you know, I think it's also got a lot to do with balancing energies, you know, continuing to feed the grid. So, you know, on an energetic scale, that, you know, we're anchoring love into Gaia.
Yeah. I think another thing too I would like to ask y'all about is, I don't know much about your daily life, Miguel. I know a little bit about Karen's because we've been friends for quite a while. But it seems like this little, like Miguel was saying a minute ago, we still got to go do these 3D things. But I know, Karen, your life is going to teach yoga, and it's at the beach, and, you know, you're writing and that type of thing. It's like your little universe. You're protecting it. You're holding it true, and you're just not letting that outside stuff get in. Is that a good description of your daily life?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't teach yoga. I just do a lot of it. Yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, I really feel disconnected from the matrix, from the 3D world. Look, I don't even, it's really weird, but I don't even focus on how money comes in and out. I'm just always provided for. I'm just always like, it just seems like the food in the house, even though I've got 2 teenage sons and they go through it like crazy, it just lasts a long time. And I don't know, it's just letting go of everything we thought was real. You know, I used to think, oh, it's crazy. Or, you know, just don't focus on how everything gets paid for. It just gets paid for.
Yeah.
It's just really distacking from what we believe we have to do to survive in our world, because everything's changing. We really have to just let go of the chains and the conditioning of what we thought we had to do to get where we wanted to go. Let it go and just get into the river of flow and just trust that we will be provided for, and you know, everything will come. And it's not about analyzing how it comes. It's just about gratitude and trust. And it does, life just unfolds beautifully when you're in that bubble, you called it. Well, yeah, it is. It's my world. Yeah. And, it's not like I'm isolated. I get out and about, but my world is always what's within me, a projection of my heart and mind and what I choose to place my awareness on. And yeah, it really is just filled with, love, joy and peace. And, this is how we get the world we want by changing within us. And then, of course, it's projected outside of us.
Yeah.
And, with this abundance, it really does. I mean, it's got to be, see, this is the thing with I think people make they think they want a Ferrari, or they think they want a big house, and so they're focusing on that, and they think that will make them happy. But at the end of the day, it's not that will make them they want the feeling of happiness. Now, whether it comes with a Ferrari or whether it comes from that you can create it inside, see, it's not like you have to manifest the big ticket items to be happy. And so when you get in this bubble of just being happy with your life and being grateful for the small things and having enough to, having a roof over your head and food in the fridge and a peaceful life, and that's what's continually created. And, that's your security and your happiness.
Yeah. Miguel?
Yeah, there's some letting go. I don't know how different it is, you only know our own realities, but I know there is still some letting go for me around it's so deeply woven into society that you have to work hard and put effort in, and there's a lot of that stuff that's what it is to be a man, almost to sacrifice yourself, and you have to work all these hours and blah 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 blah. And so yeah, there's been some letting go around that for me, and I just recently made the decision to let go of a little part-time youth job that I have, which just my heart wasn't really in it anymore, but it was that it was still a little bit of regular steady income, that was coming in, but it just became, no, I can't keep on doing this anymore. I'm not in flow. I'm not feeling that really love vibration when that's happening, and there's a higher calling, and it's around my writing and around the masculine, feminine work and so on, and empowering and inspiring people in that area.
How's it going, everybody? Well, we're at the 3 hour, 58 minute, and 35 second mark, and Facebook is going to turn us into a pumpkin in about 1 minute and 18 seconds. So I just had a couple of things to say. One is we're going to continue to keep putting up 24-hour watch parties that have the music and the clips from the Soul Speaks and entire Soul Speak 5D clips. Going to keep putting those up on all the different pages, my page, SoulogyOneStudios page, Soulogy group page. So we're going to run those 24 hours, 24/7, 365. And I'm going to keep doing a radio show every day. Yesterday we did one for about an hour and a half. Today was 4 hours because it's a special full moon. We've got exactly 41 seconds before they turn us into a pumpkin and take away our rights to continue broadcasting. So I want to wish everybody peace, power, protection, big love. Thank you for the continued love and support and contributions that keep us going. I know superabundance is coming to visit all of us, transform everything, anything and everything, and that's exactly what we're doing. So thank you very much for joining us. Peace out.